Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed officers of leaders in parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to court with the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in such just and faithful manner as promote your name and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their church. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I welcome you to this morning sitting. We have business that was done halfway, which we should do and finish early this morning so that we can continue with the rest of the business on the order paper. We'll take the urgent matters when we resume in the afternoon, but for now, I think let's proceed with the bill.
The National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021, Bills Committee stage. Clause 7.
Honorable members will recall we stood over clause 7 for reasons of harmonization of fines and jail, are they called jail terms? Yes, terms of imprisonment. We wanted harmonization based on what the law has stipulated. Lord Attorney General or Minister?
Mr. Chairman, the committee had proposed a fine not exceeding 1,000 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both. We are proposing that the same be amended to read that a person who fails to remit shall pay a fine of 20% of the amount deducted but not remitted. 20% of the amount deducted but not remitted to NSSF as the fine.
That will be the fine.
That will.
Whatever is outstanding must be paid.
Yes, what it will mean, Mr. Chairman, is that you will pay a fine of 20% of the amount you did not remit. That is the penalty.
Okay.
You will then remit that amount, and that amount will have an interest which was due to the employee.
Okay.
So I think it will be deterrent enough.
Okay, members, is that clear enough? Can I now put the question to the amendment proposed in clause 7? I put the question to the amendment. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
Clause 7 as amended. I put the question that clause 7 as amended stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Clause 8.
Clause 8, Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Clause 8 is about the amendment of Section 14 of the Principal Act. And the committee proposed that we delete clause 8. The justification is that NSSF engaging with third parties shall expose members' contributions to protracted and endless recovery court battles, which may cost more than what would have been intended to be recovered, and therefore be costly on the savers' contributions. NSSF should internally devise or improve the internal mechanisms to directly recover from the defaulting employers. Attempting to recover from third parties may cause delays in the collection of members' contributions, as well as conflict of interest on the part of those executing the task of the actual recovery from the third parties.
Honorable members, the proposal from the committee is that clause 8 be deleted. Honorable Minister, Uganda Attorney General.
Honorable Chair, the rationale for that proposal was derived from the tax laws, where URA, when you fail to pay your tax, they are authorized by the law to attach any of the funds from your third accounts or any source. So our rationale was, these are workers who you are supposed to remit their money. And if you fail to remit as a company, we would be able to recover workers' money from a third party, money from a source, somebody who owes you money, and we know that money is there, and remit the workers' money that you had not remitted. However, we are not very strong on this. If members feel that we don't need to go to third parties to attach your funds to save workers' money and remit as a contribution, I would concede.
There's nothing else on it. You want to delete, so what else is it?
Yeah, there's something, there's a next item on 8, clause 8, Chair. The new clause, inserting a new clause immediately after clause
We're
8.
dealing with the clause in the bill first.
Okay.
You have
thank Chair.
requested for it to be deleted. Okay. Honorable members, the recommendation from the committee is that clause 8 be deleted. And the minister, in a roundabout way, has come around to accept that it's okay for it to be deleted. I put the question that clause 8 be deleted. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it deleted. Honorable Chair.
Chair, the committee proposes that we insert a new clause immediately after clause 8 as follows, and it amends section 20 of the Principal Act. Section 20 of the Principal Act is amended by repealing subsection 3, and the justification is to remove the restriction on the number of times a member can be paid an age benefit. I submit.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I agree with that because originally we had restricted the age to 55 years. With the introduction of 45 years to access midterm benefits, then we can no longer restrict in the law age benefits. So I agree with that.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The proposals insert a new clause immediately after the deleted clause. To the effect stated by the chair, I put the question that the new clause forms part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, I put the question that clause 9 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, I put the question that clause 10 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Clause 11, I put the question that clause 11 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12, Chair.
Clause 12, Honorable Chair, is insertion of section 24A in Principal Act. Clause 12 is amended in the proposed section 24A. In subsection 1, by substituting for the word contributions, the word savings, and in 2, by deleting the words on such terms and conditions and in a manner prescribed by the board, appearing in lines 3 and 4. B, in subsection 2, by substituting for the words not exceeding the word of. C, by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following: a member who, A, is a person with disability, B, is 40 years of age and above, C, has made contributions to the fund under section 7 for at least 10 years, is eligible to midterm access of a sum of 50% of his or her accrued benefits. D, by inserting immediately after subsection 3 the following: the statutory instrument under subsection 3 shall be laid before Parliament for approval. Justification.
Before you go to the justification, in B.
In D.
In B is 40 years of age.
Yes.
And 40 years of age and above. You did not read the word and. Have you changed your mind about the word and?
It is 40 years and above.
40 years and above, there's another
Yes.
and after that.
For the persons with disabilities, the workers with disabilities.
No. You read the text.
We are inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following:
B.
B is 40 years of age and above or above. I mean,
No,
40
no.
years
It's okay,
of
but there is
age
the and at
and
the end.
above. I remove the other and.
You remove the other and.
Yes.
And what is the justification for that?
No, I don't remove it. Is 40 years of age and above and has made contributions to the fund for at least 10 years.
Now
I
that is clear.
maintain that. Chair.
That and is very important.
Yes, it is. I know.
That's why
Justification. Chair.
justification.
1, substitution of the word contributions for savings is for clarity, since voluntary savers are not mandatory contributors to the fund. 2, to ensure uniformity of 20% for all contributors entitled to midterm access from the fund. 3, the powers to prescribe terms and conditions and procedure for midterm access for both voluntary and mandatory contributors and savers should lie with the minister in consultation with the board. 4, to enable persons with disabilities who are a small minority of the contributors to the fund to be eligible for midterm access. 5, for Parliament to ensure that the regulations meet the spirit of the Act.
Thank you. Honorable members, you have had the proposal from the committee. Honorable Minister? Okay, Leader of the Opposition?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm trying to seek clarification from the chair of the committee whether by substituting contributor with saver does away with the ambiguity of the distinction between a contributor and a saver when it comes to midterm access for the benefit, and to remove the ambiguity, because the definition section does not have saver. So does that amendment take care of that ambiguity?
Chair?
My Chair, you see, the voluntary members who have been attracted to this NSSF are not mandatory contributors. They are going to be savers who have free entry and free exit. And for the mandatory people who are supposed to be putting their money to NSSF, both from salary and the contributions from employers, this is mandatory and they don't exit at the time they want, but the exit is according to the stipulated age eligibility.
No,
For
I think the
exit.
clarification is in the words.
Yeah,
From
the voluntary will be
contributors to
savers.
savers.
Yes,
Yes.
and the other workers will be mandatory contributors.
So contributors relate to those who contribute, contributors to those who contribute under an obligation under the law. They must contribute, the employers must contribute, the employees must contribute. The savers are those who voluntarily take their money there and say, keep it there until I need it. Is that what you are asking?
Yes and no. Yes, because the distinction is clear. No, because I'm trying to establish whether at midterm access, the savers, you look at the wording,
when it comes to midterm access. It's about contributors. So what happens to the savers when it comes to midterm access?
Honorable Chair, I'm actually going to introduce an amendment to delete the word voluntary, because midterm access is not only envisaged to be benefiting only voluntary savers. Midterm access is supposed to benefit both regular savers and voluntary savers. I hope I'm clear for purpose of
But
members.
the question then is, they say free entry, free exit. Would that apply to a voluntary saver who has free entry and free exit? Why would you talk about midterm for me who just want my money now? I'm under no obligation to keep it there. I voluntarily kept it there. I get it anytime I want. So why are you giving me midterm access? That's the question.
That's why, Honorable Chair, first I want the word voluntary in the current bill to be deleted, because the original mission or the original beneficiary for this provision are those who are current regular contributors of the fund. And so the committee's proposal to replace the word contributions with savings would also not apply, because at the current law, you are a contributor, not a saver. So if the leader of opposition's clarity is to be embraced and your guidance, Chair, then we would just deal with the regular savers and leave the voluntary savers, since they come and exit at any time. And we are just bringing them now in the bill for purpose of allowing any person who want to save with the fund to come and save. In that case, then the amendment would be a member who is 45 years of age and above, a member who has made contributions. A member, that is 24A1 would read, a member who has made contributions to the fund shall be allowed midterm access to his or her benefits accrued from the savings or from the contribution. So we again remove voluntary from there. So one will delete the word voluntary immediately after made, retain contributions. That means the committee's proposal that we replace the word contribution with saving would not be accepted. And then the word voluntary immediately after the word accrued from the. So the word voluntary will be deleted, and we retain saving. And again, Chair, I wanted to retain on such terms and conditions and in a manner prescribed by the board. The committee is also proposing deletion, but yesterday, recall, we agreed that in the regulations, there would be terms and conditions, but the principle of 45 years of age and above would stand.
Chair, then I have.
Honorable Chair, 24A in the bill is the one that talks about voluntary savers, and I think it needs to be deleted so that we remain with 2 and 3, and then 2 becomes 1, and then 3 becomes 2. We have 24A1, a member who is 45 years of age, who has contributed to the fund under Section 7 for the last 10 years, is eligible to midterm access, so that we don't even talk about the voluntary savers, because they voluntarily come and exit the way they come.
Honorable Tamaguchi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, to be fair, it should have been a member who has reached 40 years, 45 years, is eligible to access the funds, or who has served 10 years,
No,
but
that-
shouldn't be earned.
That decision was taken.
Because-
That decision was taken. We're not reviewing that. We took that decision a long time ago.
Thank you, Ratumacha.
Mr. Chairman, I need to be helped. The voluntary, I thought, and I want to agree with both the chair and the minister. Because if we pass the 7 that has the board shall by regulations prescribe the procedure for making voluntary contribution and benefits. My own feeling is that everything to do with voluntary contribution should be left there. The board may determine when they want them to leave, such that after the board has taken decisions to guide, you then make a decision whether you start voluntary contribution or not, so that you don't subject statutory contribution to voluntary. So we can leave them in just one section of the law, introducing them and giving the board the responsibility to deal with all their affairs.
Yes, I'll have Ruth and then Manjia and
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. First of all, in the interpretation section on page 4, we already defined under G what a contribution means. And it is stated here that contribution means standard contribution, voluntary contribution, and special contribution. I think we should be reading that interpretation together with section 24. And the minister could help reconcile there before we even take a decision. Secondly, in under section clause 7, which is seeking to amend, we already provide for this voluntary contribution. My understanding is from the explanation that this was introduced to help people who have been left out there or have been exploited by other schemes to have an alternative where they can save for their retirement. Now, the principle with voluntary savings is that I should come in and then when I want to leave or I need my money, I should be able to access it straight away, which is very different from the mandatory. So that should be quite clear. So if it pleases the minister, let's have 2 provisions. Full access for people who are voluntarily savings, they can come in anytime and the regulation can prescribe things that the disturbances and the inconveniences that the fund will go through to give them, and they can have something there. But for mandatory, which is where this midterm access is coming from, it should stand alone on its own because this is for people who are under the mandatory. That's my proposal.
we already picked Manjia, who always deputizes you when you are not here, leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that the midterm access should be for both mandatory and voluntary savers. Why? Because those contributors are those that contribute consistently, consecutively, monthly contributions. But the saver could also have done the same consistently for 10 years. But then because of emergencies or some eventualities, skips just 1 month or so and would qualify for voluntary saver. Both voluntary and mandatory should be accommodated to this midterm access, Mr. Chairman.
No, the principle established is that for the voluntary contributor, I bring my money anytime I want, I take it out anytime I want. So I don't need midterm access to my money because I can get it when I want.
Okay.
I'm just trying to explain where we have reached with this, so that there's a distinction between the mandatory contributor who by law must keep the money there forever until a certain period. But now who is being given this leeway of midterm access? 45 years of age and should have contributed for at least 10 years. Those ones are entitled to midterm access. But the other ones, can I, because I'd already picked the leader of opposition.
Thank you, Chair. The submission of the Honourable Minister settles my spirit, save for clarity on the fact that we do not have any attendant conditions on the voluntary server. That is going to be very, very unequivocally stated to avoid the contradiction. Secondly, we need not forget the fact that these amendments were occasioned by a national crisis. But in my view, we have not taken care of occasional emergencies because we have conditioned them to a particular age and a particular saving period. So should we get into a crisis and you need to take care of the savers, and you don't have to invoke the 45-year rule and the 10-year saving period. So what have you done to the workers? What have we provided for the workers in terms of an emergency? Because we have not established emergency access. We have really put up strict conditions on age and saving period. So my sense, Chair, Honorable Chair, is that we have not provided for emergency situations.
Like?
I mean, we could plan in a recession occasioned by a disequilibrium in the economy, and therefore a need for an intervention. And I'm not looking at 10% or 20%, but I want to invite the minister. Would it hurt this legislation if provision is made for an emergency and a percentage less than 20 without conditions of age and the saving period is made good of?
Yes, the Attorney General.
Mr. Chairman, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, sections 22, 23, 24 of the Principal Act have made provision for those circumstances where a person has gotten an accident, he has been rendered invalid, they are no longer working, they can get all their money. That is provided. Secondly, honorable members, we need to be mindful of the fact that this is a fund. It's a fund. It's not a bank. So the money is not sitting there. And every time we make these provisions for quick access, that means you're depleting the ability of the fund to invest. So we can, if we can perceive it, then we can write it. If we can't perceive it, then we shouldn't, because then it distorts the entire existence of the fund. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the leader of opposition asked us to make a statement that the saver will be able to get the money, the voluntary saver will be able to get the money whenever they want. Again, I say this is a fund. That is why in 13A, which we just passed, there will be conditions for saving and taking your benefits. So the voluntary saver will know that if I put my money in this fund and I want it, I have to wait 50 days, 10 days, whatever the fund will work out. That way, you voluntarily enter into this arrangement fully aware of when you can get your money. Mr. Chairman, on 24A, the committee is proposing to remove 24A1. 24A1 creates the right to midterm access, the right. 24.2 creates the conditions So if you remove 24A, you have removed the right for a person to have access to midterm, to have midterm access. I propose, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, 24A should be left to deal with the contributors, the ones who already exist. So we just remove the word voluntary and say a member who has made contributions to the fund shall be allowed to access his or her benefits accrued from the contributions on such terms and conditions. We can actually remove on such terms and conditions because remember yesterday we provided 3, which is going to set the regulations because we have set 2 fundamental conditions, age and time of serving. If all the regulations that can be made can only be made to facilitate that, I submit.
No, I'd like you to propose family what you want us to consider.
I'm proposing family, Mr. Chairman, that 24A be carried with the following as follows. A member who has made
That is 24A1.
24A1, yes. A member who has made contributions to the fund shall be allowed to midterm access to his or her benefits accrued from the contributions, full stop.
Is that okay? Yeah? Is that okay? I see all the workers' representatives, including the man from West Budama. West Budama, yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, I thank the Land Attorney General for those very eloquent submissions. The problem his submissions raise is what then do we do with 24A2? Because what he was talking about is captured in 24A2. 24A1 should remain as it is. Honorable Chair, and I will explain. The Land Attorney General gives the justification that this is a fund. So if you make voluntary contributions to the fund, you must accept to be governed by the terms and conditions provided for by the fund. There's free entry, there's no free exit. The exit is conditioned upon the regulations. So 24A1 should remain as it is to provide for the entry and exit of voluntary contributors. 24A2 deals with mandatory contributions. The two are different. The two are all relevant, and we should deal with both of them. Honorable Chair, the other fear is I foresee a circumstance where voluntary contributors actually have more money than mandatory contributors in the long run in the fund. And if we allow them to freely exit, there will be a run-in on the fund, and it will collapse. And we should provide for that. I thank you.
Right Honorable Chair, just rightly from the submission of Honorable Semuju and the Chair, every contributor becomes a saver. Once you contribute, then you become. So I on the definition of contributors and savers, I saw some unclarity there. Once you contribute, whether voluntarily or mandatorily, you become a saver. You can contribute for only 10 years, but continue saving for the next 8 years. You will also be eligible for midterm access. yet you contributed only for 2 years. So I wanted that clarity made, first of all. Secondly, just to agree with the Land Attorney General, voluntary contributions currently are there at NSSF, but you cannot withdraw as and when you want it because it is a fund. And voluntary contributions also do not stop at only those who are not saving with NSSF. Even those who are saving with NSSF mandatorily, you can also voluntarily contribute. And that is the money where the leader of opposition was talking about, where if there is a crisis, you can withdraw. But the mandatory saving is saved for only the 20% of midterm and old age. Voluntary, you can withdraw, but on such terms as agreed on by the board in consultation with the minister. I just wanted to make that clarity. And therefore, where the committee had suggested to substitute the word contributions with saving, I think that is not, that wouldn't be right. We remain with the word contributions.
I think we have resolved that. Honorable members, from the honorable member, there is one matter to be resolved. And that is this. From the submissions from West Budama, and now I'm hoping that he has listened to what you have said properly. What is proposing is not what you are saying. He's saying that even a voluntary contributor cannot exit when they want. That's what he said. So,
exactly.
Would you like to listen?
Exactly.
Would you like to listen first? So if we clear on that issue, then the substance of the proposed 24A, the amendment, it would make sense to remove the word voluntary, because then midterm access would only apply to mandatory savers. Because it will not apply to voluntary savers because their conditions of access are different. They can access part anytime based on the conditions imposed, or they can access all of it anytime. And even for the mandatory contributor who has an additional contribution voluntarily, that component voluntarily contributed does not fit within the proposed 24A. Are we clear on that? So if we are clear on that, let me hear what. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to agree with the proposal of West Budama that we retain 24A1. 24A1 was put to cater for 13A. It means that the voluntary the people who are saving more above the statutory requirement can access their voluntary savings. This provision is catering for that.
I actually thought I'd try to summarize clearly, but apparently not. Yes, Honorable.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wouldn't like to disagree with my colleagues, but I think you will explain that in 24B, if we added the word mandatory, then it will separate the two, because the other one, which has been voluntary, will not, we are looking at the mandatory right or as of now. So I agree that we should have, after separating the two with the word mandatory, then the other one remain a contributor like any other, because right now we are looking at how do we save, or how do we get these people get the access their 20%. It's because of the crisis that is existing. And if we call them mandatory, then the other one stands on its own. And I agree with that.
24A the subject is midterm access to benefits. Midterm access, that's what it's talking about. So does midterm access apply to voluntary servers? And I think the conclusion has been no. So then the word voluntary cannot stay in 24A1 because it's wrong housing for it. Is that correct?
Chair, I suggest that the minister guides us here, because my understanding at first was that 24A1 was restricting itself to voluntary, the one we are calling for, the willing in, willing out. And it does not have to be somebody who has served for 10 years, doesn't need 45, doesn't need only the terms and conditions that the board will prescribe. So 21A1 in this bill was only for those voluntary servers. Then the one in 24A2 is the one for mandatory. There are conditions of withdrawal. So that's what I wanted the minister first to clarify. If that is clear, then it's going to be very easy for us to move because we are mixing two.
Chair, 24A1 had envisaged the issue of voluntary contributors, but also encompassed the aspect of the right to access. So after examining the committee's amendment under 7, which we have already passed 7, which is saying the minister, it's saying the minister shall, in consultation with the board by regulations, prescribe the procedure for making voluntary contributions and benefits. So we now feel that this provision passed already under 7 should explicitly deal with voluntary contribution, because it is addressing the issue of how you will, the procedure that you will make your voluntary contribution and access the benefit, which shall be by regulation. So let us detach anything voluntary under this provision. Then 24A, we now delete anything to do with voluntary and only leave the principle of access to 24.1, and 24.2 shall be the principle of terms or conditions for access. That is the submission. Yes, yes.
Thank you. From your submission, I would like to imagine that you may want to recommit or revisit 7, because it leaves the situation of the voluntary server a bit uncertain. Probably my documents are not complete, but it leaves it a bit in balance. And I had envisaged a situation where you need to really distinguish clearly the conditions of the voluntary server and the mandatory server. And if we can properly frame 7 to take care of, without having to refer to the regulations, because the regulations, well, as for the mandatory, we are complete in 24, we are not as complete in 7 for the voluntary server. And that's why I find a bit of problem, because if we do so completely in 7, then there's no need to discuss the voluntary server in 24. Would house their needs and conditions in 7 and settle their matter. And the Honorable Minister and Land Attorney General, we should not legislate and forget the objective of legislation. Are we intentioned on growing this fund or making it very difficult for people to love to be part of the fund? Remember, we do not have a liberalized system and we want to encourage people to save. One of, should I call it a bait? You don't have to legislate by baiting, but one of the attractions is I can access it when I need it. And in absence of what I called an emergency fund, we need to put up a condition where even the voluntary savers have a window to tell them it is non-fit injury, non-fit voluntary injury. So you don't have something of risk. You put the money, access, please wait. We are still looking at the conditions. Can we be as clear, Honorable, Right Honorable Chair, to the voluntary saver and create an environment attractive to grow the fund and attract savings? Because that's what our desire, beyond having to lock in the voluntary saver and say, yours is different. Because for the mandatory saver, it's very clear and there's an ambiguity. Clarify for me the conditions for the voluntary saver, and then we migrate.
Chair, I want to thank Leader of Opposition, and I want to start with the Principal Act to state that in the Principal Act, 10 deals with voluntary membership. It delves into how employer who is not registered can be registered, how employees can be registered, and how a statutory instrument that is in the Principal Act. What we've just passed under 7 also has inserted 13A on voluntary contribution, and it deals with the issue of a member may make voluntary contribution to the fund over and above his or her standard contribution. A member who wishes to make a voluntary contribution may authorize his or her. So 13, if you read all of it, also spells out aspects to do with the voluntary contribution. So both in the Principal Act under 10 and what we have inserted under 7 deals with the key principles of your concern. But the 7 which we have passed equally mandates the minister in consultation with the board to now make specific provisions for procedures of how you can make voluntary contribution and access the benefit. So I would really think that we don't need to recommit. Both these two deals with the principle and gives the power to now make regulation to further give details of what your concern would be.
Okay, Honorable Bakabulindi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, when we look at the 24A midterm access benefits, and you look at what we passed yesterday, the amendment of the committee, where the minister shall, in consultation with the board, I would have said, we have now catered for the voluntary. And I would even say, we can delete the 24A1. But for the purposes of bringing it to the body, it does no harm to show that even the voluntary person can access, but with conditions on the midterm, and at the same time, the tagging of 45 years does not affect the voluntary person. So to me, I don't say anything that is disturbing here, except that we can say a member who has made voluntary contribution to the fund shall be allowed midterm access to his benefits subject to the regulations of the board in consultation with the minister. And then the details will be in the regulation. So what we have done now is packing it in the body of the law and at the same time expanding it in the regulations. I don't see any vagueness in it. And I propose that we move and we don't recommit on the same.
Honorable member, you are taking us back. And
Further
this is-
clarification?
And this is how you are taking us back. It has been agreed, from what I have gathered, that a voluntary contributor is not a beneficiary of midterm access. Okay? Is not a beneficiary of midterm access. And the reason is because the voluntary contributor can access that money, all of it or part of it, anytime they want. They are not restricted. So because The other contributor, the mandatory contributor, is restricted by law not to access anything, except under those exceptions created. The person has suffered an accident and can no longer work, medical situations, and all these things that now the exceptions are created to give this person access. This is the only way in the law as it is now. Now they are saying because of this situation that has happened, we now grant them additional access called midterm access. So this midterm access is only applicable to the mandatory contributor, because otherwise that person cannot access the money. So the mandatory contributor now is being given a right of midterm access by the provision of this amendment. And that is the purpose. So 24A cannot be dealing with the voluntary contributors.
Chair.
So you cannot take us back there. I think let's move.
Chair.
I think we are clear.
Can I concede now and just delete 24A1 of the voluntary?
Is it
and we
necessary?
move?
No, we have removed, they proposed to remove the word voluntary, so that you remain with the contributor only, the mandatory one, who is now being considered for midterm access. Is it necessary to delete one? It is only necessary to delete the word voluntary, and that was had been agreed. So can we proceed? Yes. Honorable Semuju, do you still have any matter to raise?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can we proceed, honorable members? Okay. I'll now put the question to the amendment. Yes, Kapele Biong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at first of all, a slight error made by the drafting committee. I think the location of 24A, which talks about midterm access, if you look at the main act, comes under the heading of survivors' benefits. The two are different.
Survivors' benefit?
According to my...
Survivors' benefits is when the contributor has died.
That's correct. But 24A, I would suggest that it comes immediately after the age.
Can we leave that to the drafting people to see how to harmonize it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll put the question. No. I'm going to put the question to the amendment because they have proposed that we remove the word voluntary. I am going to put the question to the amendment to take out the word voluntary from clause 12. That is 24A1. I put the question to that amendment. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. There is have it. There is no other amendment in clause 12, so I'll put the question.
Honorable Chair, the committee has proposed to delete the word not exceeding in 2 and replace it with off, which would then make it read, a member who is 45 years of age and above, and not or, a member who is 45 years of age and above, and who has made contributions to the fund under Section 7 for at least 10 years, is eligible to midterm access to his or her benefits of a sum not exceeding 20%. Now, not exceeding has been deleted and replaced with off, meaning that it is mandatory, whether you want it or not, you must requisition for 20%. The reason why we had said not exceeding was because we envisaged some people might say, I do not want all my 20%. So you should give room for someone who do not want 20%. Now, if the committee feels that the word not exceeding can be abused by the minister, we can now create exception. And I would propose to add the word except where the member voluntarily requests the sum below 20%. So that we provide for that discretion for a member who might not want to withdraw up to 20 or the actual 20% to be having leverage to withdraw.
What you are proposing is
The
to just come back to what the bill says. So why change it?
I would want it to be like that, but the argument from the committee member was that if you say not exceeding, then the minister can have discretion, and even someone who wants 20%, he or she might use that discretion to even deny someone who wants 20%. That's why I wanted to satisfy their doubt that let us leave the principle of 20% to stand alone. Then we provide for exception. So I leave it to the House, but for me, I want the House to understand that there might be people who will not come and say, I want 20%. I want maybe 10. I want 15. If we leave it the way the committee is proposing, then it ties everybody to demand for 20%. So if it so pleases the House, we can retain what is in the bill. But if it pleases the committee that we make the doubt settle, then we make exception. I thank you.
Honorable members, the provision as is in the bill gives the latitude to a member who wants midterm access to apply for 5%, 10%, or 20%, but not exceeding 20%. Now, the fear of the committee is that the minister can restrict that. If the minister did that, would be acting outside the provision of the Principal Act, in which case that regulation would be nullified. If that is comfortable enough, the provision as is in the bill would be satisfactory. Is that okay? Chair?
Chair, when we go to 24A3, the minister is given the prerogative in consultation with the board to prescribe these terms, and that is where our fear came from, that she or he may use this discretion to even go to determine the amount, the percentage that should be accessed.
That will be outside what the law says. The minister has not been given that power. Where would this minister be getting these powers from? Certainly not from the Act.
The Land Attorney General had considered to a very important fact that if the word terms and conditions can be removed, and he was okay with, so that it just reads procedure for accessing. So that what the minister will do will be to prescribe the procedure. I remember Attorney General made that is okay if the word terms and conditions, that will take care of the concern of the committee, so that the minister just brings the procedure.
Land Attorney General.
Mr. Chairman, the drafting as it is, we were discussing a provision earlier, and we discussed this. And as explained to you that any person who makes a statutory instrument which is outside the principles and the wording of the law would be illegal. The minister cannot change the terms of conditions set in the regulation, in the act. He can't change the age, he can't change the percentage, he can't change the years of contribution. However, he could ask you for a national ID, he could ask you to fill out a form. That is the term and condition that fill this form. If you want to get this money, the terms and conditions are as follows. Fill the form, bring it on Tuesday, you'll get it in 10 days. That's the term and condition. And I think this provision is good. And like the speaker has rightly guided, any provision, any statutory instrument made by the minister, which is outside this principle, will be null and void. I pray, members, that we allow the provision to stand as it is.
Of course, we adopted its initial proposal in one, where we were stopping at a certain point. That one, did we take a vote on it? Did we take a vote on that one? Okay, we'll take the vote on the initial amendment as proposed by the Attorney General, where we were stopping at contribution and stopping there. So we'll take a vote on that after the leader of the opposition raises what he needs to raise.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm seeking the comfort of the chairperson and the minister that where a member qualifies and we've left it open as to the time period within which one would access. You meet all the conditions and then you apply. What would then happen? What if you apply in January and by December, the files are still moving? Are we able to move clearly in the bill and prescribe a time period within which, on application, to put pressure on the system to process members' application faster? Because the tendencies in these funds that the delays will become so inordinate as to lose essence. Is the chairperson and minister comfortable with this gap?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, we have tried to address that by ensuring that these regulations are done within a limited time, so that all these things are brought to the information of Parliament within the 60 days. It would be very difficult for us to legislate on the date and the process. If you deliver the statement, you take it to this desk and then you move it here, comes back. But we will insist, as the law has, if the law is passed as it is, that in 60 days, this whole process is brought to Parliament in its completeness. And we shall also take that, your guidance, leader of opposition, into consideration to ensure that the process, because there's a purpose. The purpose was to help someone get out of a difficult situation. And therefore, the fund must be mindful of that. And that is why we even considered the 60 days as opposed to 90, that the minister wanted to try and expedite this process. It's been here too long. We really want to put it behind us. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now take a decision on the matter? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is this narrative which is about the unemployed people who have been employed for a certain period of time. They have reached 45 years, they have been saving, but they did not manage to save for a period of 10 years. And it is very many in northern Uganda. During the NGO time, they work, some of them work for 5 years, maybe 6 years, 7 years. Then at the end, from that time until now, they have not secured any employment, neither any good saving. I am in the view that this 10 years, at least saving for a period of 10 years, we should reduce it down. Then number two, I'm also in the view that for anybody who can prove with a competent authority who are safe for that period of time, and the person could not access any employment again to reach the 10 years, and the person can prove through the competent authority, like maybe the court of law, that person should be allowed to access the midterm saving.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, that's provided for. It's provided for in the law. If a person has been out of employment for a year and he can prove that he's not been in employment for a period, they can apply to withdraw from the fund. That's provided for. Here we're talking about people who are still in the fund who would like to get access to their money while they're still working. This is well provided for. So if you know people who are in northern Uganda who have been out of employment for 10 years and they have not been able to access their fund, then that is a challenge. That is now an administrative issue that you may want to bring to the attention of the minister so that it can be addressed, because that would be an abuse of the law as it exists.
Information.
Thank you. But now if you have put it here, that a member who is 45 years of age under Section 7 who had been saving for at least 10 years. It becomes so restrictive. Unless if that clause, which I have not read anyway, you can help us as the Attorney General, so that we see, does it cure those two areas? If it cures somebody have worked less than 10 years, and then you are just there, you could not even getting a loan alone from the commercial banks. You don't have the ability to get it. You have your saving. You are no longer getting any money to do any small business. If it has been cured somewhere, help us so that at least we see. However, if it remains the way it is now, it is so restrictive. Somebody may interpret it, no, you didn't save for 7 years. You are 45 years, but you didn't save for 7 years. I mean, for 10 years, rather.
Honorable member, there are two issues. One are conditions that are already existing in the law as it is, how people can access money, which they have contributed. One of them is where you have lost employment, and now you cannot contribute, you are out of job, and all you need to prove is that I am not working, I've not been working for over a year. Give me my money. That is already in the law. What this is already in the law as it is in the Mother Act. Now, what they are dealing with now is to create another exception because of this COVID thing, so that those who are still contributing and are continuing to contribute can have midterm access to a percentage of what they have kept with the fund. That is what is being proposed now. Another exception to grant access to members who are contributing. So both are, the other one, the initial one of losing a job after 5 years is taken care of already in the law. Now the one that is not taken care of in the law is these ones who are still contributing, but they are pressed by the circumstances created by this COVID, and they need some help from the fund that they already have, so they're giving them midterm access. So we're dealing with the midterm access for people who are going to continue to contribute.
Thank you, Chair. I think you have made it clear now.
Thank you.
And because of that, we can proceed.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the guidance, but further, I would like to allay the fear of the workforce and actually the honorable colleagues. This bill we are making, Honorable Chair, is not a standalone. It derives this mandate from the ILO Convention. Actually, the mention is 102. And you find that this convention has a number of branches. Actually, things that are not mentioned, like maternity, if the board actually thinks otherwise, it's okay. And they say member countries are free to at least have at least 4 or 3 or 4. And you find that things like housing, things like education, if the board seeks so fit, are okay. They are actually to go by that. So you find that I think, Mr. Chairman, this is basically to, like you said, to intervene in what? In the verge of COVID-19. Other most of these things are covered, and if the board thinks so well, they can actually go for other branches: housing, education, maternity, survivors benefit, injury, and like they do actually, Honorable Chair. That's what I wanted to input.
Honorable members, can we take a decision and move on with the rest of the bill, please? This matter, I think, is clear now. Is it clear? Okay, so let's proceed. Learned Attorney General, would you like to restate the amendment for decision in the 24A1?
24A1, I propose reads, a member who has made contributions to the fund shall be allowed midterm access to his or her benefits accrued from the contribution, full stop.
That is the amendment proposed in 24 capital A1, which is in clause 12. I put a question to that amendment. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Is there any other matter on clause 12?
Clause 12 as amended.
I now put the question that, yes, member for Northern PWD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Achan Joyce, representing people with disabilities. And I want to give more justification on section 24.
No, we have enough justification now. We're about to take a decision. Would you like to allow us to take the decision now, unless you disagree with how far we have come?
It's okay.
It's okay? Okay. I'll now put the question that clause 12 as amended stand part of this bill. Those in favor, to the contrary, no. There is it.
Clause 13.
Clause 13, Chair.
Clause 13, Right Honorable Chair, is to insert a new clause immediately after clause 13. As
No,
follows.
then we deal with clause 13 first.
Okay, Chair.
You're inserting immediately after. So clause 13, I put the question that clause 13 stands part of this bill. Those in favor, to the contrary, no. There is it. Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the committee proposes to insert a new clause immediately after clause 13 as follows. Amendment of section 34 of Principal Act. Section 34 of the Principal Act is amended A, by substituting for subsection 2 the following. 2, a member's account in the fund shall be closed and his or her membership shall cease on the happening of any of the following events. A, when an immigration grant is paid. B, when a member voluntarily opts out of the fund upon receipt of the member's total age benefit under section 20 of this act. Or C, when a member dies and his or her survivor's benefits are paid out in accordance with section 24 of this act. B, by substituting for subsection 3 the following. 3, if on the closing of a member's account under subsection 2, any sum of money is standing to the credit of his or her account in the fund and is unclaimed in a subsequent period of 7 years, that money shall vest in the minister who shall pay it into the reserve account. C, by inserting immediately after subsection 3 the following. 3A, the board shall every year publish the names and details of all dormant members' accounts in the fund in a newspaper of wide circulation within Uganda. Justification 1, to allow for continued voluntary saving by a member even after the age of 60. 2, to minimize the possibility of a member's monies being prematurely deposited into the reserve account. 3, to put on notice any member or dependent with interest in the dormant account. I submit.
Is that clear, honorable members? I put the question to, yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I want to thank the chairperson for the amendment. The issues related to a member before the money so lying idle becomes the property of the minister. There's no pun intended, Chair. I'm trying to imagine whether we can have, in addition to these conditions precedent, a clause for appeal in the event that the minister partakes of this erroneously and subsequently the beneficiaries emerge after the money has gone to the account. I don't know whether the chairperson does that possibility, because I do not see provision for appeal. Because we need to take cognizance of possibilities in this fair land. Yeah, that a situation can emerge and somebody is away voluntarily or involuntarily, and by the time they emerge, their humble savings have been appropriated. Chair.
West Budama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, I have a fundamental problem with the proposal in B. And the problem I have is a constitutional one. Right Honorable Chair, money is property. The first principle of law, money is property. The right to private property is guaranteed by and protected by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. I would want guidance of the Attorney General whether this particular proposal does not amount to expropriation, to compulsory acquisition of private property, and whether the 7-year dormancy of accounts is justifiable, demonstrably justifiable cause for expropriation.
Maybe you should also deal with the question is, where is this reserve account housed?
First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a proposal from the committee, but the reserve account is in the Principal Act. And that reserve account has always existed to deposit money belonging to unknowns. It exists, it's an account.
Where?
In the bank.
In the bank or in the fund?
But right, Honorable Speaker, you ask a very interesting question. I really cannot say I have a direct answer to it, but I think I should ask where this reserve account is. But to answer the Leader of Opposition's question, information.
Mr. Speaker, if I go to the question right, NSSF runs an account where they put money for the unknown. There are companies that deposit money and don't indicate the beneficiaries. There was time I think they had more than whether 200 billion or 20 billion. It is on the account of NSSF, but the beneficiaries are not indicated. So that's the money they deposit there as they begin hunting down who are the beneficiaries, because there are companies that are irresponsible. They just submit a total without indicating the beneficiaries. By NSSF.
In fact, currently, NSSF reserve, suspense account for monies that are not.
No, you're talking of suspense account. We're talking about reserve account.
Yes, the reserve account is with Bank of Uganda. When this money, but NSSF has suspense account where they keep that money, which if there is no claimant, it is the minister sends it to the reserve account. And currently it is standing, it has been cleared from 7 to 2.7 billion shillings.
Thank you for the information. To answer the Leader of Opposition, I think Section 36 of the Principal Act has made provision for that situation where an error has been made. Say, I contribute my money and it is sent to the reserve account. So that one can be withdrawn if it's a mistake. They can send it back to where it's supposed to. And to answer Honorable Uelo's question, it's not expropriation. You have given it to me, I didn't take it. The only thing is that you have brought it to NSSF. NSSF doesn't know where to put it. It puts it somewhere waiting for you to come with details. I didn't take it, so it's not expropriation.
But is there a process of appeal, or the law already takes care of that?
Yes, the process of appeal is actually inbuilt. I think that is Section 30. Yeah, but there's a procedure where you have a complaint about your account. When your statement is not clear, you have a complaints process, and that process should answer that question. If your money cannot be found, that's how you appeal. But this money remains available to the fund until it is explained. It's explained away. So if a person shows up, they'll always have the money available.
Yeah, because the leader of the opposition was very worried that this money is going to the minister.
Right Honorable Chair, the Honorable Nandala Mafabi had made proposals and it touches on this particular matter for an amendment which has been circulated on section 36 of the Principal Act, which talks about the reserve account, but also there's a proposal for section 35. So when it comes to that, he has given me permission to move this amendment. That will address some of the concerns that is being discussed now.
Very good. So can we now conclude with this particular? We're on clause, on the new clause. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I want to introduce amendments that will define the minister as minister responsible for finance, because this clause is amending 34 of the Principal Act. And 34 in the Principal Act, under C, it says, which the principal is members' account, and C, which says, and if on the closing of the members' account by virtue of this subsection, any sum of money is standing to the credit of his or her account in the fund, the sum shall vest in the minister forthwith. And here I want to replace the word the minister to substitute it with minister responsible for finance. And on 3, any sum standing to the credit of the account of a member which has vested in the minister by virtue of subsection 2. Again, I want to substitute the word minister with the words minister responsible for finance. This is because matters related to members' accounts are financial matter, and therefore the minister responsible for finance shall take the lead in this particular aspect.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. I want to affirm what I said yesterday, Right Honorable Chair, that the minister in charge of Social Security and Labor will oversee all this. And it is good that she's bringing Minister of Finance as an in-section definition. So our definition for the minister in the bill still stands. I submit.
The question is, do you agree with the amendment?
I agree with her, Right Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. After the chairperson has agreed, what does West Budam have to say about this again?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair, and I beg your indulgence to grant me some 5 minutes to deal with this issue. 2 legs. The first one, I will tell you a short story, and then the second one, I will address you.
I think you leave the story. Let's deal with the substance.
No, Right Honorable Chair, the story is very relevant. It's my illustration.
You are the one who has messed it up. Now go to the real thing.
Of the proposed amendment. Right Honorable Chair, a West African country went to the World Bank to borrow money for a project known as Rabbit Multiplication Project. For the multiplication of rabbits, there arose a dispute between 2 ministries, the one of finance and the one of agriculture, on where the loan should be housed. In that West African country, every time they borrowed, the loan had to be domesticated by legislation. So the people from the Ministry of Finance argued that since these were monetary matters, the rabbit multiplication project should be housed in the Ministry of Finance. The people in the Ministry of Agriculture argued that rabbit multiplication is an agricultural function. and the loan should be housed in the Ministry of Agriculture. But there was also a third leg, the peasants of that country, who argued that the country didn't have to borrow in the first place. The rabbits produce without any prompting. Actually, the peasants argued that rabbits are the only animals that mate immediately after a litter. The male will be on top of the female one immediately after a litter. Now, the proposal by the Honorable Minister brings this debate exactly to that armpit. She's proposing that we debate whether funds for rabbit multiplication should be controlled by the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Gender. And I'm shocked this came from her. We have told her consistently, she is the line manager of the fund, National Social Security Fund. She is now saying that the funds that are not claimed should be managed by the Minister of Finance. And our position is that these funds should still remain a property. The Attorney General has just given us the assurance that these funds will still remain a property of NSSF, accessible to a member who may come up at any time, even after the expiry of the 7 years. I don't know why she wants to pass on this to the Ministry of Finance. The second one, the de minimis rule. Right Honorable Chair, the Romans dealt with the interface of the law and issues, and they came up with a principle, an enduring legal principle. De minimis non curat lex. Translated into the official language of this house, of trivia, the law has no cure. These are trivial issues, small issues that we shouldn't be dealing with in this piece of legislation. Very trivial, they are in the periphery. I don't know whether my sister, and I have a lot of respect for her, cannot rise and withdraw this, this amendment. Or if she's suggesting that she doesn't have capacity to deal with all matters pertaining to the fund, she should also state so on record. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister. Yes, Tororo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, recall that there was an issue that was controversial as to which minister should be responsible for this fund, the NSSF fund. And yesterday, we were informed by the Attorney General that there was, after lengthy discussions involving different stakeholders, there was an agreement that the minister responsible for gender, labor, and social development will be in charge of this fund, but on matters regarding finances, it will be the Minister for Finance. So I don't know why we should spend time again discussing this matter when the Minister for Gender has come up clearly to say that this one is financial, let it be the Minister of Finance. So my brother from West Budama, I know there's talking about rabbits and finance, whether rabbits should be in finance or agriculture. For me, I think there are no rabbits here. Let us go by the minister's proposal and move on. Right on, Mr. Chairman.
The person in charge of the bill has made a proposal to improve on what she had initially proposed to Parliament.
Honorable Chair, I want to draw the attention of members to the current Principal Act 17 also has another minister. This one is payment in respect of certain government employees. And it says the treasury may make payments to the fund in respect of those government employees specified by the minister responsible for public service who are under 55 years of age. So already it's a legal precedent that in one law, if an expertise is in another ministry, you can make a provision for the function of that minister in the law, but it will not take away the fact that the lead minister responsible for that particular aspect is the minister responsible for labor and social security. So it's harmony and placing expertise where it is, but still working together. So my brother, I am very capable and I thank you for having the confidence, and for harmony, I think let's put the aspect where members' accounts have expertise, and we will still remain with other financial matter, which includes actually issues related to the budget for the fund, supplementary budget, the main budget, approval of the budget, overseeing the management, appointment of the board, appointment of the MD, deputy MD, and all the staff are all under the minister in charge of social security. So this is a small issue of members' accounts, borrowing, auditing, and all that is where we are proposing to take to finance.
I put the question to the amendment as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. There is habit. On the same. Honorable members, this is a new clause, and the proposal has been amended, and we adopted the amendments. I now put the question that the new clause as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. There is habit. Honorable
Clause
Minister.
14.
I think the Honorable Minister has something.
Honorable Chair, I want to introduce insertion of new clauses before the chair completes her amendment.
Procedure.
Mr. Chairman, I need your guidance. If the minister responsible for this bill did not introduce an amendment before the committee, whether she can at this stage introduce new content that we have not processed. I need your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm actually not sure even where that is coming from, because we have just concluded decision on a proposal for a new clause, which we have adopted. I was waiting for the clerk to call the next point of our decision.
Clause 14.
Honorable members, we are now on clause 14. If there is any proposal before clause 14, this would be it. But if it is after clause 14 or amend or decisions on clause 14, this is the moment. Honorable Odu.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Chair. As I said earlier, Honorable Mandala Mafabi had sought to amend section 36B of the Principal Act. The notice was lodged in your office and it was shared. And I want to move it on his behalf now.
No. Is it a new clause?
It's not a new clause.
What clause is it amending?
Section 36 of the Principal Act.
Because clause 14 is amending clause 39, section 39.
Yes, and I thought since 36 is before 39, could be addressed of the Principal Act.
Okay.
Yes. So in this, the proposal is to amend section 36B and provide that money got from unidentified persons be transferred to the consolidated fund within 1 year of collection. And the Honorable Nandala informed me that the Attorney General, he had consulted with the Attorney General and he was okay with this amendment. The justification is that any property which has no owner belongs to the state, and the state takes custody until the owner is found. Secondly, that these funds is transferred to the consolidated fund can be claimed by any one person if at such a point that person becomes available. 3, that government never ends, and hence if the is the custodian of the lost property. So even if one government goes, it is safe there. Fourthly, this will avoid abuse of these funds by NSSF since it has no owner and lacks accountability. Lastly, this will assist to identify unclaimed funds by the beneficiaries. That is the proposal by Honorable Mafabi.
I'm just wondering how that is sitting with the honorable member for West Budama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I still have the same problem with the proposed amendment.
No, I think this is where the real issue is now.
Yeah.
The other one we sorted out. Now this one.
There's a fundamental problem with this proposed amendment, Right Honorable Chair. First, it's not true that any property which is not claimed belongs to the state. But let's look at the economics. If there are funds that are not claimed for a period of time, those funds are better off staying in the possession of NSSF. NSSF is better off trading or investing those funds and generating more income. If you send it to the consolidated fund, it becomes a property of, it becomes an income of the government. But secondly, we know where the consolidated funds derives its revenue from. It's in the Constitution. Taxes, one of them. All government monies are deposited in the consolidated fund, not members' contributions, honorable colleagues. And I request the Land Attorney General to withdraw his consent to this amendment.
He has not yet owned it. Honorable members, please, let's deal with this. I think by taking funds from the fund and transferring it to the consolidated fund, it's already wrong in principle. Because now, how do you get money from the consolidated fund? We have to propose a budget, come to parliament, own my money, private money. Honorable, would you like to reconsider this amendment?
Well, Right Honorable Chair, I informed you that I moved it on behalf of my senior colleague, Honorable Nandala Mafabi.
You took responsibility to shepherd it.
Yes, and this is subject to discussion in this house and the purpose for which I moved it. So let members debate and take a decision.
No, we'll just put it to vote. We'll not have a debate on this matter. Let's put it to matter to vote. The proposal is that the funds that are not claimed for the specific periods that has been stated in the amendment should revert to the consolidated fund. That is the amendment being proposed. I put the question to the amendment that the funds be transferred to the consolidated fund. Will those in favor say to the contrary? No. The noes have it. Okay. Honorable Minister, you have any new proposals?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have new insertions, not new amendment of the Principal Act, which would insert
Procedure.
Mr. Speaker, I have already raised this matter. In fact, the standard is like the Honorable Nandala has done. You read to the Speaker, you get the amendment circulated, so we appreciate it. Is the Minister, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, proceeding well by ambushing Parliament and bringing new things that have not been considered by anyone?
Honorable members, indeed, the minister wrote on the 18th of November, addressed to the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, notice of amendments to the NSS Fund Amendment Bill 2021, and it was circulated and uploaded on the iPads as well. So, Honorable Minister, is stated this on the record. Would you like to receive what she's proposing and then we deal with it? So that we don't waste time on the procedural matters. Let's hear what it is. If it is something we can accept, we accept. If it's not, we reject.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to move new insertion, new clauses to introduce substitution of the word minister in those sections with the words minister responsible for finance. And that would include section 31. 31 in the Principal Act deals with power to borrow. The board may, subject to prior approval of the minister, borrow money by way of loan or overdraft for the purpose of its obligation or discharging any of its function under this act upon such security and such terms and conditions related to the repayment of the principal and the payment of interest as the board deems fit. In that, I propose to replace the word minister with the words minister responsible for finance. 32 is accounts and audit, which deals with proper keeping of books and records of accounts, receipt, expenditure of monies, financial transaction of the fund, assets, liabilities of the fund. And I want to propose that also where the reference of the minister is made under that 32, also which is under 3, the minister, which is to submit to the board, submit to the minister a copy of audited statement of accounts. And the minister there is replaced with the words, the minister responsible for finance. 33 is annual report. The board shall not later than 6 months after the end of each financial year make and submit to the minister a report showing the performance of the fund during that financial year. And that under 1, the minister is replaced with the word minister responsible for finance. And under 2, also the minister shall, as soon as possible after receiving the report and a copy of audited books of accounts, cause the annual statement of the accounts and the report of the board to be published in the manner as the minister may direct. Also in that 2, the minister under head note para 1 and under note para 4 shall be replaced with minister responsible for finance. 34 we have already handled. 35 is interest on accounts, which gives the power to the minister to declare the interest on members' investments and accounts. And under 2, para 2, where the minister shall, after consultation with the board, declare the rate of interest for that financial year. The reference to the minister there be replaced with minister responsible for finance. 35(1) also, minister under para.
So
2.
you are proposing that in the section 35, sections 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
6 and 7.
Yes.
Reference
of the minister
should be substituted. In its place should be minister responsible for finance.
Yes.
That is the proposal.
Yes, and then the last one is 36, which is reserve accounts. And that is also the word minister is replaced by minister responsible for finance. I beg to.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think this was the agreement. It's only implementing the decisions we took about this dual mandate on the specific issues of finance, audit, and all those things, while the overall supervisory authority remains with the Ministry of Procedure.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and to appreciate the minister and the guidance you are giving. Honorable Speaker, yesterday there was an issue regarding amendments, and you were guiding us on the implications of Rule 128 vis-a-vis Rule 132. And the procedural issue I seek to raise relates to whether these proposed amendments were actually discussed in the committee and form part of the report of the committee. To avoid the issue the Honorable Semuju raises of ambush, is this just enough for the minister to say, I wrote to the speaker or the clerk, or the proposed amendments must go to the committee and they are considered with the committee? Because the Honorable from Agago yesterday also had the opportunity to canvass this matter. The implications of Rule 128 and Rule 132. What do we bring here for amendment and what goes to the committee for consideration? Right, Honorable Speaker, maybe provide some guidance on that aspect. I thank you.
Honorable members, when we reach committee stage of bills, amendments are open. But it's open with a condition that whatever you intend to propose as an amendment must be shared in advance, so that it's internalized by members, and then when you come to propose it, they can have a look at it, say, no, we have looked at it, it's okay. We have looked at it, it's not okay. Then they make the changes. The difference is when you just show up here, no communication to anybody, and you just say amendment. And the amendment is standing alone, not riding on something that has just been proposed. That creates the complication we try to avoid. These particular proposals were shared, and by all the members have seen them. And so it does not fall within the other one, which would create confusion. This one now has been looked at. We have looked at it. Our technical people from Parliament have looked at it, and that's why we accept that it can be considered. Okay, so the proposal is that, yes.
Thank you for your indulgence, from the chair. Chair, we left this place yesterday close to 7 o'clock. And ordinarily, at least on my side and my office, we're not privy to this. Yet we had gone over all issues of this particular bill. And with due respect to the Honorable Minister, this House has two sides, and you cannot share by ambush, because sharing by ambush is indecent. For one to claim that I have it on my iPad, it's not person holder. When I receive a proposal, I share it. I'm actually being ambushed. It's very rare that such, because the amendments sought are not flimsy, they are fundamental. These are not flimsy amendments. But Honorable Chair, I'd like to make a humble proposal, because we are not considering these amendments and lock away the act. The consultations made by the Honorable Minister probably avoided me, and therefore I'm unable to probably process them in a minute. I've just received this. In fact, as she read through, I was recording, because even when I left office to come here, I had not seen them. So I declined to consider these as shared by ambush, because indirectly we considered, when we were considering supervision, the participation of the two entities. We considered dual supervision, and a decision was taken on this matter in this House. It's an indirect way of introducing dual supervision. This time around, via an ambush. Honorable Chair, when you look at them, all that we actually rejected is returning via this. I need to be re-educated that actually, and I'm trying to understand what is gender running away from. So reports. So what's wrong with the gender receiving reports and directing on action on them? The Minister of Finance, which seems to be a cloud hovering over gender, is properly represented on the board of the entity. So why are we preoccupied with the minister to mean the Minister of Finance?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the document that I received, that's why I got my level of comfort that was proper. The letter that I received is actually copied to you. And among the people copied in, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Second Deputy Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, Government Chief Whip, Attorney General, Finance, Chairpersons of Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development. This is what I received. That's where I drew my comfort from, that the possibility has been. But be that as it may, we took a decision on this issue of financial matters, investment matters, and so on and so forth, to be handled by the Minister of Finance. The overall supervision of the Act remains with the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Just like another aspect of this law is superintended over by the Minister of Public Service. So these kind of mandates are there, but the overall supervisory responsibility rests with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. So the changes that are being proposed is consistent with our position that in matters of borrowing, matters of audited accounts, and this other man should be left with the expertise of the Minister of Finance, who will then forward them for processing. When it's coming to the House, it is actually gender who brings them to Parliament. But the actual works are done the way it has been agreed. I think we have gone over this and we made some agreements yesterday, and we should not reopen this for discussion today again. We'll just be delaying the process and will not be helpful. So I propose that this amendment is in the spirit of what was agreed, what is being proposed. It actually is implementing what we agreed, but putting it now in the law so that it is clear. So I would propose that we consider it as it is and see, does it conflict fundamentally with the principles we adopted? If it doesn't, we move on. Leader of the opposition, yes.
Thank you for your indulgence, Regional Chair. We've been moving well and positions have been harmonized. And I want to appreciate the leadership of the chairperson of the committee on these issues. I have not had her comfort, whether she had a consensus on this, and they were shared with her as a critical person on this. Can we hear a voice on this proposal?
Chair?
Which I do not regard flimsy.
Chair?
No, I just want,
Chair?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. I would like to reiterate that the Minister in charge of Social Security and Labor will be the overall minister. And for me, earlier on, I wanted this, like the minister presented, to be just an in-section definition that is actually administrative, like public service does, finance does, but the overall supervisor of NSSF fund is the minister in charge of Social Security and Labor.
Okay. Can we proceed, honorable members?
Mr. Chairman, this is the reason that this bill, that the president did not assent to this bill. And I don't want anyone to hide. You see, someone can say the Speaker of Parliament will be the overall head of Parliament. He will not chair Parliament.
No, that will not be someone. It is the Constitution.
I'm just giving an example, Mr. Speaker, that he will not chair the Parliament, and then all the functions are taken away. It happened to me, if you can allow me, Mr. Speaker. One of the, okay, let me leave that. I don't want to follow the path of the Honorable Fox Odoy. But it happened, someone was appointed overall head of an institution, but all the functions were vested in someone else. The Honorable Betty Among, and I can see her conflicted, because the appointing authority does not want her ministry, not you as a person, but does not want your ministry to be the overall supervisor of NSSF. So that's why you are now emasculating it, while accepting to supervise, but taking away everything. Mr. Speaker, I was a member of NSSF until I came to this Parliament. That institution has suffered of multiple supervision. And the reason finance wants it, they want to access that money, borrow it the way they like, determine how to borrow it. But also, Mr. Speaker, I am really shocked by the way this government works, even the things that are administrative. You in gender, if you want expertise from finance, must you put it in the law? I assume that, first of all, gender, all the technical people who are there are competent, accountants, and you have all of them. What does finance have in terms of technical people that you gender don't have? Don't you have accountants? Don't you have economists? The idea, this is trickery. That they surrender NSSF to Minister of Finance, so they begin accessing this money the way they have been doing.
No, a member shall not be permitted to suggest improper motive to another. The rules say so. I'm just restating them.
Mr. Speaker, if that was the implication of my statement, I apologize. I am expressing fears because we know how NSSF has been running. The fear is that the minister, you can imagine these amendments are 10. This whole list. Everywhere there is minister, she says, now we move, put finance. So for you, what are you going to supervise? If everything you are sending it to finance, what are you going to supervise? Is it the buildings or the vehicles? Because, I mean, this amendment is crazy. From where it starts, everything finance.
Honorable Minister, is your amendment. And the honorable members for workers who are always volunteering information, why don't you speak in these moments? No, now you have none of you have stood up and you are here.
I would like to contribute to that, Honorable Speaker.
No, who is that?
Before
No, that's not how we do it.
But what do? We have been standing.
We start with the minister always.
I'm
Minister, then I
requesting
come
make
to
a
you.
contribution.
I need to, no, I'll give you the chance.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, I want to start by stating that this particular amendment is not coming now. Recall that this bill was passed by the previous parliament, and the previous parliament is the one that introduced these provisions I'm reading. Yes, and I have it here. I have the provision of National Social Security Fund Amendment, which made proposals on 31 to 36 and extracted certain functions to give to finance. On the analysis that the functions that are embedded in this act first handles mobilization of workers. The first function in this act is to mobilize workers to contribute. When they contribute, yes, through our labor officers, through the government structure, through others, the workers' organizations, registration of workers' organization is done in the Ministry of Labor. And they contribute. When they contribute, then the other function is to make sure that their contribution is safe and that the fund has money to manage the fund. That is what is called the budget for the fund, which is still under the Minister of Labor, to ensure that the annual budget for the fund, whether it's a supplementary or any other funds, is managed by the Minister for Labor. The board is the supreme body of the fund, and it has been given to the minister responsible for labor to appoint the board. The managing director, deputy managing director, and all the staff of the fund are those that will take investment decision, those who will make sure the books of accounts are kept well before it is audited. All those functions are with the minister in charge of labor. The minister is the one that will appoint the MD, deputy MD, and all the staff. And the day-to-day overseeing of the management of the fund will remain with the minister in charge of labor. Now, when it came to those other functions related to borrowing, if the fund wants to borrow, they are saying, as the chair is saying, that the minister for social security will still remain the minister. Once we have made a decision that let's borrow, then now the board can go to finance and say, we want to borrow.
Clarification.
If accounts, I thought I will get all the clarification, but can I first explain the audit? If the audit is undertaken, and in the act, it is the Auditor General that will undertake the audit. That is where we are taking that mandate to finance. Interest on account, assessing the interest. Is it going to be 11% this year? How has the fund performed? Are the bonds? Because for you to declare interest, you must assess how is the investment on bonds for the fund? How is investment for securities? How is investment for housing estate? Then you amalgamate all the investment, compute the interest, and declare the interest. That is what we are saying we leave for finance. So those are the rationale, and cabinet took a decision on the matter. It was thoroughly debated in cabinet, And I provided the letter which I wrote. The letter which I wrote to the speaker was copied to the leader of opposition. And I want to confirm, right Honorable Chair, this letter dated 18th, submitting the proposed amendment addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Deputy Speaker is copied, attachment as a cabinet decision extract, and copied to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Second Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Attorney General, Government Chief Whip, Leader of Opposition, Chairperson Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development. And it is received. I want to read because I don't like to lie. I do not want to lie. It was received on 19/11/2021 by a staff at the Registry of Parliament called Kitaka Wilson and Akena Lawrence. The numbers that they put as receiving the letters for clerk to parliament, for leader of opposition, government chief whip, committee chairperson, and the person puts his telephone number or telephone number 0702 100 999, and the number that received the second number person who signed has put a number 0782 799 596. So I am no longer in charge of the administration of parliament. I delivered the letter and it was received. I want to submit here.
Can I have the representative of the workers say something on this matter?
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Chairperson. I just want to supplement on what the minister said. This has been a long journey to reach where we have reached. And most of the stakeholders have been involved. And my colleagues, I get your concern. You have been asking, what are you remaining with? The major overall body is the board. And also let's reflect that the main objective of the fund is social security. We are concentrating on money alone, but we're forgetting the major objective of the fund. And once the board is being appointed by the minister in charge of labor and employment or social security, then the control is over. Because it is the same board that is going to be passing whatever resolution, either of borrowing or not. Initially or formally, finance was appointing the board. Financing was appointing NSSF board was appointing Hubla. And it was the one now, the same player, borrowing, lending, and supervising. But now the board under the Minister of Labor is going to do the overall supervision. So to me, my major interest is not the money alone, but the objective of the fund. And secondly, if we go back to the 1980s, when the NSSF was formed, we were talking in terms of millions. Now we're talking in terms of trillions. So if we say, you deal with how to handle that money, but I'm supervising you, I think the Minister of Labor is still in charge. And I pray and plead that please support, because to reach where we have reached, a lot of meetings took place. I thank you very much.
I thought you wanted to speak. No.
All right, Honorable Chair. First of all, for the record, whenever I speak, parliamentary staff come to say, what is your name? I'm by the name Mugole Mauku David Stephen, Member of Parliament for Kabweri County. I'm not a workers' representative in the House, but I'm a workers' representative outside this House because I'm the Deputy Chairman General of NOTU. And I've been a workers' representative on the NSSF board. What should I say in this particular regard? Number one, Parliament, NSSF, and government, we went for benchmarking last year in Ghana. You sponsored members of Parliament, a number of them I don't see, but we had a number of them. We went to Ghana, the most well-run pension sector in Africa. And we found that Senate in Uganda, in fact, the law we are passing now is a precursor to the bigger law, in consonance with what Honorable Tororo said yesterday, Toro woman, that even the public service need to be a contributory fund. In the future, these will be merged. Senate, which is well run, yes. Senate, which is well run.
Come to the point.
Yes, also reports to two ministries. The board is under Ministry of Labor and Empowerment in Ghana, but the financial matters, because of the amount of money, colossal sums of money, currently the NSSF 17 trillion is 10% of the GDP. And that is why Ministry of Finance must take charge of certain aspects. However, the audit is done by an organ which is supervised by Parliament. That's the Auditor General who does the audit. So there is no cause of alarm. We have tried to go around, and I agree with you, because for me, I want to be open. Honorable Semuju, the president did not sign the bill because of this particular controversy. I don't want to say no, because he thought that the issue of money must be managed by the people who are employed to manage money. But in this particular regard, as long as the board, because I've been on this board, I have never seen anything sent to the Minister of Finance suggested by the board, and the Minister of Finance says no, because they are experts at the board. The board, so as long as the gender has selected the board, then I would just plead with you that we agree in this particular matter. The only amend I would say, Honorable Chair, is on the annual report. Because this board reports to Minister of Gender and Labor, and the annual report does not have only financial matters. The reporting in only that particular one in section 32(3), the annual report, after the audit has been done, it should be given to the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, either in consultation with that of Finance or to all of them. But that must be expressed in the law. I submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. By record, I am Werike Peter Christopher, Member of Parliament of Rural West, and also the Secretary General of National Organization of Trade Unions. Before I came to this Parliament, I've been a high activist of this law. And that's why we've been forth and back. And what happened to the voters? They said, go inside and maybe speak from there, so that we're able to conclude this. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this in view of what the Honourable Minister raised. Yesterday, we agreed to apportion issues of finance to Minister of Finance. What he was just doing today, to be specific, that the following items, investment, borrowing, account, reserve, can I say that? They just go to finance. We're just aligning. There's nothing to me which is looking like an amendment. My colleague has said it all. We went with the Honorable Musazi, we went with him to Ghana last year when he was chairing Committee of Finance. Parliament spent money. We found the dual system working the same way. So what was it that we were fighting much? We did not want Minister of Finance to appoint the board of a regulator and also appoint the board of NSSF, because there was now no separation of roles. And that's why we say, once the UBRA is appointed by finance, that is good enough to supervise NSSF. Let the gender appoint the board for NSSF. And this is how we wanted this to move. I want to implore you, members of Parliament, workers are crying out there. What we have said is in line with all this agreement. Allow this bill to proceed and we conclude. I beg to submit.
Honorable members, There's a proposal. Let's track it and see. There's a proposal from the Honorable Mugole that section 32(2) should be left out of the financing because it's about reporting. I wanted to hear the minister on that, then we see how to proceed. No, it's 32(3).
Thank you, Chair. Chair,
Is it 33 or what?
32(3).
33? Huh? The annual report is in 33, not 32. It's 33(1). It is 33(1). That is okay. So those ones, I want to hear the minister on that. Then we see how to proceed.
The amendment proposed by the honorable member on 32, which is audit, we would agree with it because 32(3) is giving the minister a copy of audited statement of accounts, and already the auditor is the Auditor General domicile in Ministry of Finance. So a copy, okay, is domicile in Parliament. So the proposal of the minister is that of the MP is that the report would, a copy of the report be given to the minister in charge of labor. I agree with that. It will not substantially alter. Then the second one is on 33, which is annual report. And his proposal is that annual report is not necessarily financial matter. And we retain that under the Ministry of, in charge of labor. We also concede on that and agree to the proposal.
Thank you. Honorable members, can we take a decision on this matter now? Those specific ones in 32(3) and 33(1), or the whole of 33 anyway, remained with the ministry in charge of labor. The other bits that we discussed earlier is the one that will go borrowing and what goes to finance. And the aspect of auditing has nothing to do with the Ministry of Finance, and that's why it has been removed. It is with the Auditor General, who is directly, or that office is directly under Parliament. Are we clear on this now? Can we take a decision on this matter, Honorable Semuja? I'm going to call for a decision on this matter now. We have no. We have discussed it long enough. Let's take a decision, honorable members. Please, let's take a decision on this matter on 29. You had the proposal on 29? 29 is what? Financial resources of the fund. Annual supplementary budget, or 29, annual supplementary budget. So Honorable, what are you saying?
No, I was saying the same principle is under 29, and the proposal by the minister is not amending 29. So 29 remains the minister who is not defined, and yet she's attempting now to define to
when it is just the minister, it's the minister of gender. The minister
even
in charge
for
of
supplementary.
The minister is defined. The exceptions being created are those ones now that they're saying the one in charge of finance.
Okay, Chair.
So if it is just minister, it is gender. I mean, it's the one in charge of labor.
Following her own principle that financial matters are with finance, here it will remain with gender.
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable members, can I now put the question to the, please? Can I now put the question to this matter? Specifically on the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Mugole to the amendment proposed by the minister. I put the question to the amendment that 32(1) and 33 and other aspects relating to reporting remains with the ministry responsible for labor. I put the question that amendment, those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I now put the question to the amendment as proposed by the minister, as amended. I now put the question to those amendments as amended. Will those in favor say to the contrary? No. The ayes have it. I'll now put the question to the overall proposal by the minister for amendment that it forms part of the bill as amended. Will those in favor say to the contrary? No. The ayes have it. Proceed here.
The proposals by the minister are amending more than one section. For me, this is the first time in the history of this parliament that about 4 sections can be amended in an omnibus way. And I've been here for 10 years, but I was also here as a journalist. These things are amended section by section, but the minister wants to amend 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and we have amended all of them. Now I am lost.
Honorable Somoja, we proceeded by these amendments one by one. And by the way, if you recall, there was an amendment that irritated me very much here, where the Ministry of Finance brought a series of amendments that was 5 times bigger than the bill they had submitted. And that tormented me. I was very, very upset, but the time was not there, so we decided to process it. That we sat here for 2 days processing amendments from the Ministry of Finance to its own bill. But anyway, the time was not there, so we had to do, because it was a financial thing about the budget, so we had to deal with it.
Clause 14.
Clause 14, I put the question that clause 14 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Clause 15, I put the question, clause 15 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Clause 16, that stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes.
Clause 16.
I put the question, clause 16 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Clause 17, I put the question, clause 17 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
That clause 18 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
That clause 19 stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
That clause, yes, Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair, on clause 20, the committee seeks to delete clause 20, and like we deleted clause 8, justification is that NSSF engaging with third parties shall expose members' contribution to endless and protracted recovery court battles, which may cost more than what would have been intended to be recovered, and therefore be costly on the saver's contributions. NSSF should internally devise or improve its internal mechanisms to directly recover from defaulting employers. Attempting to recover from third parties may cause delays in the collection of members' contributions, as well as conflict of interest on the part of those executing the task of the actual recovery from the third parties. I submit.
Honorable members, the proposal from the committee is that this particular clause 20 be deleted from the bill. Honorable Minister.
We accept already, we had considered.
I put the question that clause 20 be deleted from the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause
Deleted.
21.
Clause 21, I put the question that stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Clause 22, that stands part of this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
The schedule.
I put the question that the schedule to this bill remains as scheduled to this bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
The title.
I now put the question that the title to this bill remains as the National Social Security Amendment Bill, as stated in the bill, stays as the title to this bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House report thereto.
Honorable members, the motion is for resumption of the House to enable the Committee of the Whole House report. I put the question to that motion. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021 and passed with the amendments on
No, just with amendments.
With amendments, I beg to report.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House. I put the question to that motion. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021.
Would you like
be
to read
read.
it? Would you like to state it again? It was not very clear. It was as if you are speaking in Lango.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be read the third time and do pass.
Honorable members, the motion is that the bill entitled the National Social Security Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. I put the question to that motion. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the National Social Security Fund Amendment Act 2021.
Congratulations, Honorable Minister. Congratulations, Chair, and thank you, members. Congratulations. Today I will breathe because I've been receiving phone calls and messages from the workers of this country. Parliament has delivered on what it should do to grant the workers of this country, those who qualify, midterm access to the benefits they have received. House suspended to 2:30. What time is it? House suspended to 3 o'clock.
You are staying.
Item number 4, motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the Uganda netball team, the She Cranes, for their outstanding performance at the Penta Africa Games 2021.
Yes, the honorable member for Oyam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure. Whereas Objective 17 of the National Objectives and Directive Principle of State Policy of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, mandates the state to promote recreation and sports for the citizens of Uganda. And whereas Uganda participated in the African Netball Championship 2021 held at Windhoek, Namibia from 9th to 16th November 2021 among several African countries, including Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Kenya, and Malawi. Aware that Uganda's She Cranes' excellent performance enabled it to finish second in the tournament with 12 points and 44 goals, second to South Africa, who emerged winner. Noting that the She Crane was in the month of November 2021 crowned champions of the African Netball 2021 Pen Series in Windhoek, Namibia, having emerged victorious against the 5 African countries, namely Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, and Kenya. Aware that the She Crane has, through hard work and determination, brought honor to Uganda and held high Uganda's flag and improved Uganda's ranking at the international stage in netball, and take cognizance of the following. 1, qualifying for the Netball World Cup 2013. 2, winning in the netball gold medal in all African Games 2012. 3, winning a gold medal at the 6 Nation Tournament in Singapore in December 2013, and winning netball medal in all African Games in 2011. Recognizing that it is the practice of Parliament to appropriately and timely honor, recognize, and reward Ugandans who have deservedly excelled in various fields of human endeavor, including sports. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Parliament that 1, Parliament unanimously congratulate and pay glowing tribute to the Uganda national netball team, the She Cranes, for its outstanding performance at the 2021 Africa Netball Championship, in a great achievement of the country and the people of Uganda. 2, Parliament reaffirms its earlier pledge to improve and increase the annual budgetary allocations to the sports subsector in order to adequately facilitate and develop sports throughout the country, especially through school talent development programs, enhance sports competitions, support to the national teams, and development of appropriate sports infrastructure and human, technical, and managerial capacity. Lastly, Parliament continues to urge and encourage all Ugandans with potential talent in sports, especially the youth, to emulate the example set by the She Cranes as an accomplished team. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the Honorable Achon Ohutuke, the Honorable Member for Manjia, the Honorable Member for Doholo, the Honorable Member for Kilak, Kanungu, not Kiria, Kibanda. Zimbabwe, where? Mukoma, the whole house. Honorable members, before the member justifies the motion, have dignitaries from the Uganda Netball Federation in the public gallery this afternoon. Officials are here. They include the Honorable Babiri Kitio Sara, President, Uganda National Netball Federation, the Honorable Brigadier General Biekwasu Flavia, Vice President, Administration, Ms. Elizabeth Sempe Kichimbo, Team Manager, Mr. Chirunda Charles, Assistant Team Manager. He plays netball too. Mr. Ntale Daniel, Director for Marketing, Ms. Apollo Harriet, Assistant General Secretary. The executive include Ms. Mande Amina, Secretary General, Ms. Nava Gloria, Assistant Marketing Director. And staff include Ms. Chebet Winnie. The team participating in the 2020 Africa Challenge Pen Series in Windhoek, Namibia, where they emerged as gold medalists, and therefore they participated in the Netball Africa Championship, where they emerged as silver medalists. These achievements propelled the Uganda She Cranes netball team from position 3 to now position 2 on the African continent. They are here to observe the debate on this matter. And Honorable Member, would you like to speak to your motion briefly? You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the team that the motion is being moved for is a very committed, passionate, vibrant team that is lifting the flag of Uganda very high whenever they go for any competition, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. It's on record that the She Cranes has consistently, over the years, brought honor to this nation, arising from their outstanding performances at the national, continental, and at an international level. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this time round, the competition that the She Cranes participated in were 2 in 1. The first one was the Pen Series. In this competition, the players or the teams compete against the giants of Africa, and the competition was organized by the government of Namibia, and the She Crane won this competition after beating Malawi. As I've said, this was a competition of giants, meaning that the She Crane is the giant of all giants in the African continent. Right Honorable Speaker, in this competition, we have the trophy that the She Crane brought. Permit me to show the sign of achievement that the She Crane came back with to show that the Ugandan team, the she crane, is the giant of all giants in Africa. Right, Honorable Speaker, that was just a sign of achievement, and if it's laid, it will never be taken away.
No, you put it there, and we debate when we are looking at it.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for your permission. The second competition, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, was the most prestigious one, where Uganda participated with 9 other countries. In this one, the she crane won silver, meaning that they were number 2 in Africa, after beating Malawi. Mr. Speaker, the implication of the she crane winning or being number 2 in this competition is that they have already qualified for the Commonwealth Games to be played in Birmingham, England for the Summer Games in 2022. Another striking implication, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, is that it has improved our global ranking. We were number 7, but now we are number 6 at a global level. This is not a small achievement for the country, Mr. Speaker. And thirdly, it also gives us the opportunity as a country to galvanize our ranking and participation in the next World Cup in South Africa 2023. So we are already there. We have already qualified by this excellent performance of the she crane. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, much as the she crane has been raising the flag of Uganda very high whenever they go for this competition, they do not only stop at only giving us a good position at the continental and international level. In this very competition that we are talking about now, our own netball player was voted the most valuable player and the top scorer, and that is Stella Oyela, who was voted as the most valuable player in Africa and the top scorer. Mr. Speaker, we also have our distinguished Uganda players playing professional leagues at international level. A case in point is that we have Peace Proskovia. This is a Ugandan playing at international level, and she was voted the netball ambassador at the international level for the old world. This is how far netball has moved this country and brought honor and pride to our country. She's not alone. We have many other players. Mr. Speaker, aware that our players are now at a professional level, playing even in Europe and elsewhere, we request, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament and government finds it very prudent this time round to increase the budget for the netball team. I want to give the example, Mr. Speaker, this very team who went and competed and brought for us this trophy had 15 players. 10 of them were new, energetic young girls. And in this, they won, or they secured for us silver. And, Mr. Speaker, how could it have been if one we had gone throughout the country and identified the talents that Ugandans have, we could have been seeing many trophies here. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House that in netball, we can be, in the very near future, looking towards getting the World Cup for the first time for this country. And also in this competition, other teams brought in their professional players who are playing out. But because of lack of resources, the She Crane could not find money to bring back their professional players. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, I think time is ripe enough that we have to identify young talents. We need to move throughout the country. Netball shouldn't be only a game of few people around Kampala. We have a lot of skills, a lot of potentials in the north, in the west, in the east, at the center here, that if we go out identifying these talents, I'm telling you, we have a comparative advantage as far as sports, and specifically netball is concerned. That can move us to another level at the global level. Mr. Speaker, as I am about to wind up, much as we are number 2 by this performance in Africa, we don't have umpires. We lack coaches. We don't have much officials. We need to train coaches. Mr. Speaker, Uganda, or the She Cranes, depends on the umpires from South Africa. And you remember we are competing against South Africa. And in games where you are playing against your other team and you don't have your own to manage the game, that means that something is wrong somewhere. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to call upon this Parliament during budgetary time and to call upon the ministry, to call upon government that we need our own umpires, we need our extra coaches, then there we shall be able to manage the games at all levels, home, continental, and at the international level. This Parliament passed a resolution, and we committed, 1, to increase the budget for sports sub-sector. 2, that the minister would come with a plan before this Parliament to tell us how we are going to move ahead with improving the sports subsector, which has demonstrated that it has the ability to take this country forward. It has the ability to employ very many young people. It has the ability to employ many girls. And netball specifically is a gender dominated field by the ladies or the girls or the women. And with the problems that we have along that line, I think if we increase the budget, we shall be solving a number of problems. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, I can see the Minister of Education, State Minister, seated and writing very seriously. Still on the same note, I want to ask the Minister who is present here, the issue of the house which was donated to the late John Akibwa. Can you please, Honorable Minister, tell us what the ministry is doing to get the land title of this house which was donated to the late John Akibwa, and when it will be handed to the estate, the administrator of the estate of the late John Akibwa. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to thank the players. Unfortunately, they have a league this afternoon. Most of them are not here, but the few, yesterday they were here, the other day they were here, the few who have represented the team, I want to congratulate you so much for this far that you have moved the country. Thank you very much. I want to thank the coaches. I want to thank the management. I want to thank the trustees I want to thank the officials, all the officials, and the ministry in charge of education and sports, and the Parliament of Uganda, Mr. Speaker. We have done a lot for the She Cranes, and even as Parliament of Uganda, it's on record that whenever we go for the East African Parliamentary Games, we have been bringing trophies here 4 consecutive years, Mr. Speaker. And this shows the level to which netball in this country has gone. So finally, to the president, I normally see him also hosting different teams and also giving them some token of appreciation. I thank you so much for this opportunity.
The motion is seconded by the Honorable Member from the Kaseke District. The Honorable Najuma, would you like to speak at this moment?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I stand to second the motion to pay tribute to the She Cranes netball team for their excellent performance. She Cranes netball team has for a number of times excelled in netball, thus putting Uganda on an international map. It ranks 6th in the International Netball Federation according to the world ranking, 2nd in the continent, and 1st in the East African region, I'd like to thank the President of the Federation, Honorable Babidi Echitiosara, former Youth MP, Central, our coach, Salongo Mugera Fred, the executive, the Board of Trustees, and the players for such an outstanding performance. Honorable Speaker, allow me to point out the key concerns. Honorable Speaker and members, there is unfairness in budgeting and allocation of resources. When you look at the Football Federation, they are allocated 10 billion, and this money is deposited to their account. It doesn't go through the National Council. But when you look at the Netball Federation, they were allocated 28 million per quarter, which is 120 million per year. And this money has never been received by the Federation. The money that they received was mobilized because they were going for a tournament. This is unfair. 10 billion to the Football Federation and the Netball Federation, 120 million per year, which money has never been received. Honorable Speaker, there is also limited motivation for our players. Recently, the She Cranes, when they were going for that competition, they spent a month in the camp and 2 weeks for the competition. But each player received only 500 shillings, 500 shillings, 500,000 shillings, yes, 500,000 shillings. Only 500,000 shillings, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Federation cannot be competitive since they are limited to international build-up friendly matches, where also players cannot be exposed so that they are marketable in other countries. They are friendly matches, but they cannot compete, so our players are not really exposed. Honorable Speaker, our performance grants the country an opportunity to host the next international netball event. However, due to financial constraints of the Federation, this cannot happen because we don't have the facilities. Honorable Speaker, in the just concluded African Pet Series and the African Championship, few players were taken for the competition. By the time they reached the final competition, they were already drained. And this, I'm sure this affected their performance. Maybe would have been #1, but we ended up being #2. And the second, Honorable Speaker, we could not get our own players who are in international clubs. We have 2 players, one is in the UK. The second one has been in Australia, but now there is a club in the UK that has taken her. We could not get them back because of little funding. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my prayer is that the Netball Federation should have an independent budget where money is deposited to their account the way it is done with the Football Federation. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2017, the She Cranes won the African Championship. And the president promised each player 10 million. Up to now, the money has never been received. I request the minister in charge, Sports, Honorable Obua, I think he's around, to take note of that and to make a follow-up. I don't know why it is handled like this. Is it because it's for it is a netball game? It is a women thing? Because I see planes taking the football players. They're always given a bombardier to take them for games. But when it comes to the She Cranes, in Uganda, we have attendance. We leave people to struggle on, then we jump over after their success. That should stop. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second the motion.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The motion that the proposed for your debate is that this parliament by resolution pay tribute to the Uganda netball team, the She Cranes, for their outstanding performance at the Penta Africa Games 2021. That's the motion for your debate, and debate starts now. Since we all would like to make a contribution, I have to impose some time frames. I will give 2 minutes. Is that fair? 2 minutes. Each member who will rise to speak will speak for 2 minutes. Is that West Budama? West Budama North. West Budama North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I listened attentively to the motion and then the secondment, and I want to fully agree with the contents and the recommendation, the prayers therein, on 2 grounds. One is that sports, as we all know, is a unifying factor. And 2, that sports can help promote development because unity is a precursor for socioeconomic transformation. Mr. Speaker, sir, as far as unity is concerned, in sports, we find ourselves different colors, as somebody one time sang, but one people. In that way, in this case where Uganda is moving forward towards socio-economic transformation, it is important, therefore, that we embrace sports, support it fully, and at the end of it all, we should be able to achieve the social status we are looking for. Mr. Speaker, sir, in West Budama North constituency, recognizing the importance of sports, recently we launched the Leopards. This is a football team that embraces literally every youth across the constitution. I do appreciate we are talking about netball, but I'm applying it to football because football is actually part and.
Thank you. Honorable Sibambi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do associate myself with the mover of the motion. Sports is a very important component in the development of the country. I'm talking passionately as a father of a 2-time Olympian. as I speak, some federations are not even sponsored at all by government. Completely. To mold an Olympian, it is here a lot of sacrifice. As we talk, I had the opportunity to talk to the previous executive of netball because they are doing wonders. Most of the media do criticize officials who accompany these teams, but actually it's the officials who are sponsoring the sportsmen and women on the team because they're passionately concerned and get connection with the people involved in sports, especially the young talent. You cannot talk of talent without nurturing it, without training. As the mover said, there are no coaches. You have to get foreign coaches who are funded by parents or officials. So it's my humble prayer and request to the Minister of Sports. Don't just look at sports as games. Literally saying playing. No. First of all, it's an industry. If you look at boxing, for example, Naguru used to be a boxing house, and Uganda was ranked almost #3 in the entire world, Cuba and the US. What is happening now with the boxing?
Thank you very much. Can I have, yes, Honorable?
All right, Honorable Speaker. I'm Geoffrey Kayemba Solo, the Senior Alternative Minister of Sports, which my brother will at times consider as a shadow. I'm a senior alternative. I congratulate.
What is that title again?
Shadow Minister for Sports. Now, I stand to support the motion and to congratulate our Ukrainians of what they did in Namibia, because being the 6th in the world is a big thing. In big countries like Japan, like Jamaica, which are big countries in sport, our country is above all those countries. So with that, we have to congratulate them. But the challenges we find, first is the budget of the sports industry. Imagine it gets 17 billions. We have 51 federations. FIFA alone gets 10 billions. 3.6 billions is used for administrative costs, and we remain with 3.4 billions, which is shared by 50 federations. That's not fair at all. We have lost many people who would have been big sports people because of motivation. So my prayers is, let us pay the coaches that have done these things, that have done wonders to these people. Let us motivate the players. I saw when people won gold medals from the Olympics, President Museveni gave them cars and some money. Why doesn't he do as the minister?
Thank
as
you.
the minister?
No. If you wanted to speak as a minister, you would have waited at the end. Rakai, Arua, then I come back this way.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate our players and the entire team for raising our flag as a country, and women at large, and the young girls out there are so proud of you. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on an issue of funding. You really wonder why there is a big discrepancy between the 10 billion that is given to the Football Federation and 120M that is given per year that has never been released. I think the minister responsible should give an answer to us, and also a commitment of earmarking 10 billion to the Girls Netball Federation. because they are equally taxpayers. Our parents pay tax, whether you're a man or a woman, we all pay tax. So you wonder when time to benefit from our hard work comes, we are the ones discriminated and taken back. I am very sure that the Ukrainians could have done better than this many years, but we are not funded well, like the mover of the motion has indicated. Two, people in Rakai that watch us and watch football and netball on TV do not know what is happening, and they think it is just like a luxury because there is no decentralization of sports in this country. Thirdly, when you look at private schools that take in our majority of primary students, all of them do not have football and netball playgrounds. I think the Minister of Sports, you should make this a priority that every primary school, whether private or government, should have these playgrounds so that we nurture the talent.
I think I'd already picked Arua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to congratulate the Sequence. I want to add my voice on the mover on the issue of financing games and sports. Right Honorable Speaker, in West Nile, we have a number of talents, but our local games often stop and end in West Nile because we cannot afford to compete within Uganda at national games, because we cannot afford to transport our people from West Nile or from Arua. So our competitions end there, the best talents end within there. We have people like Njikuru Dokas who became world champions, but those were picked in the competitions within the primary and secondary competitions. Along that side, to the Honorable Minister, when Njikuru Dokas won the Olympics gold medal, there was a stadium named after her, in Njikuru Dokas Stadium. Honorable Minister, if you would interest yourself to go and see that stadium, now called Njikuru Dokas, you would be amazed. When we have games there, we use ordinary taplings to surround what is called Njikuru Dokas Stadium in Arua, in the center of Arua city. So kindly interest yourself. That name was given and nothing is being done after 10 years about it. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would request the Minister to also allocate budgets that can be operationalized at local government levels, because that is where we can best pick the local talents. If the small monies remain at the central, then we want to know at every corner of this country where we can get the best start.
Thank you very much. I'd already picked somebody. I think I'd pick Clark.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to second the move of the motion and thank her for bringing this very important motion. Right Honorable Speaker.
Are you seconding the move of the motion or the motion?
Oh, I second the motion and I thank the mover of the motion. I think that's right. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the time, we don't mind to fund the budget of sport. When we have a ministry which is called Education and Sport. And to make even matters worse, when the second of the motion talked about 10 million Uganda shilling per player that was promised, and I'm surprised. I used to think that the minister in charge of education and sport is very close to the big man, that can always remind that there is a promise which is very important. Sport actually brings a lot of, pride to our country. And most of the time, when they lose, we don't mind about them. We will always say they have lost. But when they succeed, we join them to celebrate. But I think it is important that at this point, we should think about creating a separate ministry for sport. Otherwise, mixing education and sport has brought problems in the country. Maybe Minister Obua would have done better
If you remember recently, he gave football and netballs. That means he has been thinking about these boys and girls, these ladies and women can play. And this is segregation. If there is budget given for football, why do you forget about netball? I think it is key that we come out clearly to now think about creating a separate ministry for sport so that we strike as a...
This Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the motion, the mover, and the second of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, we've been talking about the girl child in our country. And empowering the girl child is very critical in sports. We are much aware that sports requires nurturing, and nurturing requires investment, financial investment. And that can only happen through proper budgeting and appropriation. We have to walk the talk and invest substantively in our sports. We are aware that we celebrate these people every time and again they achieve something, locally and internationally. We throw parties for them, and that means we appreciate their work. I think it will be very meaningful if we are part and parcel of their growth patterns and then celebrate with them at the end of their careers. Right Honorable Speaker, I support proper budgeting for our sports activities. The girl child has to be empowered in terms of growing sports. The girl child has to be supported for growth of sports in our country. Submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. You can have Barara. Barara. And then I go to...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion and to add my voice to congratulate the She Cranes for the triumph that they have brought to us, Uganda. I applaud them because not only do they stay fit, but they are a mechanism in which Uganda is publicized and we get tourism growing high. But also they are an example to promoting health and sports as we continue to get troubled with non-communicable diseases. I think months ago, we were here appealing to government to include free services for non-communicable diseases. But sports is one of those ways we can prevent. But most important, Right Honorable Speaker, the Gender and Equity Budget Certificate provides that in the budget process, it should be used as a mechanism to ensure that resources are equally distributed. So, honorable colleagues and Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the budget, I think that gives us a good window that as we approach the budgeting cycle, the sports sector should be subjected to that so that at least we can allow minimal discrepancies. But such a huge amount of discrepancies in budget allocation speaks volumes for gender inequality. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I implore everybody that wherever you be seated in the budget process, let's tackle it at that level. And by the time the minister comes, it will be done. As I conclude the She Cranes, thank you so much, and I add my voice to applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members will try and move and cover all of us who would like to speak. For now, let me start from Dr. Bwanika, Terego, Bulamoyi, Nyabusosi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second the mover. I stand to second the motion. Honorable Speaker, allow me to associate with our team that has done us proud. They have branded this nation and they have put us on the international map. Right Honorable Speaker, with our meager resources, we might not be able to fund fully every part of sports in this country, but we can invest heavily in those areas of sports where Uganda has distinguished itself. and one of it is netball. We can fund those areas where people have already invested and have shown that we have capacity. Netball, football, boxing, marathon. If we do that, we will be able to build the sports sector of this country. I want to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Sports be compelled to bring to this House the comprehensive plan on sports, on development of sports in this country, so that we can inform ourselves in terms of investment, we can inform ourselves in terms of the infrastructure that we need as a country. And lastly, through you again, Mr. Speaker, the President made a pledge to the netball team. And I know.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, Rose Obiga, woman named Terego. Honorable Speaker, I want to join the rest in honoring and appreciating the Shikrans. It's indeed a big honor to this country that they have done us proud. Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, I want to thank you. The recent balls and netballs we received were from your docket. This is in good gesture to develop the talent in the rural areas we come from. This good gesture has not been seen in the office of the Minister for Sports. I don't know whether in his net, as a fisherman, he's about to bring an empty net. It's a serious business. We expect seriousness from the time go. Mr. Speaker, sir, this Proskovia is right from my village. I remember when she was in the university, she was given a scholarship for excellent performance, but it was without accommodation. And I was sharing the same room with her in the university. But thank God, just because of talent, she is now living in the UK. How many, if we deliberately put emphasis and supported, especially through the office of the Minister of Sport? To me, I think we should do more than this. The Shikrans, if at all we're to talk about the 30% for equality or for equity, honestly, it cannot be 120 million. Let's come out of our comfort zones and support these young ladies so that we bring down the rate of youth who are able to do something useful for this country. Thank you so much, Shikrans. I am so proud of you. Thank you.
Yes, the move of the motion introduced a new name for the team, Giant of Giants. You could use that as well instead of Shikrin all the time.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to appreciate the Shikrins, specifically the netball team, for marketing Uganda, because, Right Honorable Speaker, these days, I'm informing the world that we are now the giant of giants in Africa, as far as netball is concerned. The second best in Africa and the sixth in the whole world. Colleagues, this is a very serious achievement. We have so many ways of marketing our country, but strategically, sports has given us a very big achievement in this world. Right Honorable Speaker, I am new in this parliament, but previously I've been watching members of parliament debating sports in this very parliament. Resolutions have been made. Can we increase the budget? I want to appeal to government, because even what we have achieved, government has invested in some money and some funds, but it's not enough. Can we track the Minister for Sports? Which preparations do you have since we are now coming from the pandemic? How are we going to recover completely? Because this COVID-19 even hit sports sector. which plans do you have that we should now completely recover from the pandemic and achieve more? Because, all right, Honorable Speaker, sports, me as a youth, it has helped so many youths. It's like
Nyabuswe.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues to congratulate the Shikrens for their outstanding performance, the giant of the giants of netball, not only on the African continent, but in the world. It is not usual, Mr. Speaker, that in one session of Parliament, two motions are moved similar to congratulate and pay tribute to the gallant sportsmen and sports ladies of the Republic of Uganda. It has happened in this session of the 11th Parliament. It is therefore in order that whatever they deserve, it is duly given to them. They have done us proud. They have been the best and outstanding ambassadors of the Pearl of Africa. I would wish to see that the Bombardier and other our birds in the sky are actually not flying the crane, but the she cranes and the cranes in the world. I'd want to see that the next Parliament and following functions, some things to do with budgeting is completely done with, that we are not anymore talking about budgeting. We only stand here to pay tribute, and it is done. If they have done this amidst the challenges, if we give them what is due to them, I think Uganda can be #1 in the whole world. I have always had faith in the power of Africa. And Mr. Speaker, let us give the sportsmen and ladies what is due to them. Let us have facilities throughout the Republic of Uganda so that from Nyabushozi up to Napa, you can have gallant sportsmen and ladies representing the
Honorable,
power.
your time was up. You just amended the you amended the time. I'd already picked the honorable member. Let me have the honorable member there. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Mpindi Bumari, Member of Parliament representing persons with disability. I want to thank the move of the motion and also to congratulate the Shikrens for the victory. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been observing here, and even before I joined this Parliament, when the matter come on the floor of Parliament, welcoming back people who have come back home with medals and what, almost every member of Parliament is excited, is supportive, but when it comes to budgeting, we don't see that coming out. And this has happened for so long. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to be the president of Paralympic, but I remember in 2014, we even presented a petition here in Parliament, and a lot of beautiful resolutions were made here, but none of them was implemented. I think this habit of bringing different federations here to plead for funding individually is not helping this country, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to request the Committee of Sport and the Committee of Budget to think about budgeting for the sports sector of this country. You can imagine the sector receiving 17 billion, and then it is cut to 10, sometimes to 8. And like the honorable member said here, Right Honorable Speaker, sport is one thing that is selling this country world over. But we are not helping sportsmen and sportswomen to be proud of this country. Our athletes train, Right Honorable Speaker, in the camp for a month. They go for the trip without any allowance. Someone is there training for a month and then goes back home without even transport. That is what is happening in the Sports Federation. Today we are receiving the Ukraine. Right, Honorable Speaker, I heard that even the basketballers want to have an opportunity here in Parliament, but there are 51 federations. If each federation comes here, where will we get that time? So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, you should direct the Committee of Sports, Education and Sports, and the Committee of Budget, at least to begin with 55 billion for the sports sector in the financial year 2020-2023. And that will help us and stop even members coming here on the floor of Parliament time and again to request for funding. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, there's a point that is being lost and which I thought was important, because this parliament usually acts on the basis of votes that are visible, that you can trace and say, this is it. And then when that happens, it is easy to monitor and see what is happening there. The point being made here is that for the Netball Federation, the money is not traceable because it goes to the Council of Sports. And then it is up to the Council of Sports to do it. Would it be possible, and without really saying they are favoring so and so, would it not be something to consider to take the example of FUFA and transfer that same arrangement to Uganda Netball Federation, so that we stop saying they are doing this to this, but they are not doing this to this. We just want to use the examples already set to keep on adding until everybody is taken care of. I don't see that point being developed strongly. Would you like to develop that point? And I want the Honorable Magogo to speak on this matter.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this parliament has the advantage of having somebody who goes to the kitchen to cook. I would like to, first of all, clear some information. Netball is a sport for men and women. People may not be aware. And we have a national team for the women and a national team for the men. Football is a sport for men and women. We have a national team for women, football, and for men. I just wanted to put that information clear such that we don't make the comparison. Secondly, whereas it is true that there's an appropriation of 10 billion shillings to the sport of football, not on any occasion has it even been achieved because of sometimes the separations and the cuts that come. Thirdly, FUFA does not have a vote. That money goes to the National Council of Sports. So it's not true that we have a vote and we receive money. That money goes to National Council of Sports, but it is ring-fenced. I would like to advise that considering the performance of netball, what they have done, our sisters, the pride they have brought to us, a similar arrangement is done for their federation, where ring fencing is done, and there is an improvement in how much they are receiving. It is also true that there are other federations that are also doing well. As we speak today, Right Honorable Speaker, the basketball team has failed to participate in the qualifiers for the World Cup, over 300 million Uganda shillings. So whether we are going to come back here and we might be missing that opportunity because they are not going even to go into the qualifiers. I therefore call upon the members and the House that it is very important. Let us not look at the 10 billion. Football has 9 national football teams, and the girls are the champions of Sekafa, Kosafa, and they are going to the World Cup in the next one match if they beat it. So Is there a ceiling that sport must get only 17 billion? Can't we get 100 billion? Is it impossible? Such that every federation, every sport, every Ugandan, we are talking about 70% of the population of this country being youth.
Honorable Minister, why are you always asking for 17 billion? Can't you ask for more and this House takes a decision on this matter? Honorable Minister, I need you on this particular issue. I continue with debate, then I come back to you. On this matter, please speak. On this matter, Honorable Minister, is the 17 billion cast in stone?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and members, for the question of clarification you have asked. Right Honorable Speaker, I vividly recall that when this parliament paid tribute for the best performance ever in the Olympics of 2020, one of the resolutions was to the effect that the Ministry of Education and Sports, and specifically the sports subsector, submit its ideal budget for consideration by the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we complied in the affirmative, submitted our ideal budget to this Parliament.
How much was it?
I can consult and come back, but this particular budget is before the Committee on Education and Sports, if my memory serves me right, and it was the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker on the chair. When it was laid on table, it was referred for consideration. Our budget we are requesting for is definitely even more than 25 billion, which has been the highest budget for sports. We operated 2 years ago at 25 billion. Because of COVID, the first wave, we came down to 17 billion. Now with further budget cuts of 40%, we are operating at 10 billion. But not even the exact 10 billion is released. So, Mr. Speaker, our plea, our ideal budget is already before Parliament. We pray that it is considered. Let me just give the Republic of Kenya spends an equivalent of 450 billion Uganda shillings on sports. That is the investment of the Republic of Kenya. The Republic of South Africa spends an equivalent of 277 billion shillings on sports. The highest the Republic of Uganda has spent is 25 billion Uganda shillings on sports. We humbly pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that the budget we submitted, I can consult and get the figures, then come back and state in the affirmative, be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Now you know where the matters are and where our actions are required to be directed. I'll have Luwero, I'll have the honorable member, then
Odu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who was I starting with? You?
Rubaga North.
No, I said Luwero.
Rubaga North.
Then Rubaga. So Luwero first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to second the motion and also congratulate the Shikrens on that achievement. Right Honorable Speaker, I tend to think that usually the sports where we have women are not well considered or well funded, because usually at the table where they determine funding, you have more men. Now, in regards to the guidance by the FUFA president, I want to support the idea of ring fencing budget for each and every sports.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I played rugby ball while I was at university, and they're also good contenders. But usually you never see them here because they're not well funded. The idea of ring fencing funding should go to each and every sport. We should not say those that are actually bringing in medals or trophies, but we should stick to promoting, because you never know. You know, in universities, we have students who are on scholarships, sports scholarships, but when they come at the national level, because there's lack of funding, they stop there. We kill dreams if we don't insist on ring fencing, each funding for each and every game or sport. So I want to propose that in the next budget or appropriation, the minister should come with a clear budget for each and every sport so that we can approve and be able to change amounts.
Thank you. Rubaga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For record purposes, I'm Kawalia Abubeka. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate our netball team, the She Cranes, for the great performance. Mr. Speaker, some of us who have passionately spent in sports feel like crying when we see our gallant sportswomen and men suffering. Mr. Speaker, sports in the Republic of Uganda has turned out to be a very great foreign exchange earning. We have seen some of our young brothers earning a lot from their different sports. But when we hear that the government of Uganda has failed to perform its duties, like allocating big sums of money into the sports in this country, and we all know that it's only in sports where a number of Ugandans have remained believing in their country. It is only in football, netball, boxing, where someone talks about sports and all Ugandans feel they belong to this country. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the president of Uganda decorating officers who have done nothing to this country. We are waiting to see the same happening to our sportsmen and women in this country. Mr. Speaker, the government has failed to nurture talent that we all believe that it starts down from our primary schools, secondary schools, and other tertiary institutions of learning. Mr.
order.
Speaker.
Point of order. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Is the honorable member in order to say that His Excellency the President has been decorating officers who have done nothing, as if they are him?
So what do I do with that? Please guide me. Where is the violation?
I'm saying officers who get decorated for great performance they have made for this country. And they are decorated by the president of this republic. Therefore, is he in order to say that they are decorated for doing nothing?
No, you are not in order, Honorable. Nobody decorates anybody for doing nothing.
Mr. Speaker, I'll say that because I mean it.
No, when you are ruled out of order, you don't mean what has been ruled out of order.
Mr. Speaker, okay, I beg to see the president also decorating our netball team for their great performance. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Busia. Then the honorable member there. Busia District.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Auma Helen Wandera, my names. I raise also to support the motion. Honorable Speaker, This is the time to light up Uganda. But how are we going to light up Uganda? And this is through sports. I'll talk about the issue of motivation. To my own understanding, I think we should look for the female role models and the male role models to motivate this young generation who are engaging themselves into sports. It's about to motivate them. At least when we can get one day, then they come and talk to them in a gathering. They can get motivated. And that's how some of us also got motivated in different sports categories. Secondly, I'll talk about budgeting. Let the budgeting be balanced. Let's not have equity and equality into sports. Let us balance, and this it's going to help us to develop our country. Then finally, I'm going to talk about economic constraint. I think the government should work upon this to help our young girls who come from poor families to develop in their sports career. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the motion and thank the mover and the seconder of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want us to believe that Netball Federation or the She Cranes is a world-class team, and we deserve to have world-class umpires, coaches, and officials. It is so absurd that when our team went for the tournament, these coaches who were handling the tournament were not on our side. As the mover elaborated it so well that it was South Africa that won the first tournament, and we won the Africa Punt Series because South Africa did not participate in the Punt Series. So I also requested my voice to the other members who have requested the ministry and all the stakeholders who are responsible to avail enough funds to the She Cranes or to the Netball Federation so that we can accommodate, we can build capacity, and we can train our own coaches, I mean world-class coaches, officials, and umpires who can still also be employed at the international level. Another point, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to comment about is the decentralization of the netball game in our country. We've talked about schools, universities having playgrounds in schools, but there are these girls we know who've been in lockdowns, and many young girls have been affected.
Thank you very much. So we'll have Bulisa. Where is Bulisa? Oh, Bulisa has gone. Okay. Okay, if Bulisa is not here, then we'll take Masindi or Tuhe, the honorable member there. Yes, and then I come again. Let's try and accommodate.
Thank you very much, honorable speakers. I got no much to say, but I just want to thank She Crane.
Honorable member for Rushenyi, you don't want to speak anymore? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, honorable speaker. I would like also to congratulate the She Crane and also to congratulate the president of Netball, who was a former member of parliament on the 10th parliament, Sarah Babiri, for the wonderful job she did with the team. Honorable colleagues, this is one of the three key things that I would like us to support. I'm on Education and Sports Committee, and I'm trying to be very close to the Minister of Sports and Finance to make sure what I went through should not happen in this current generation. what we need to do to balance the budget, as we just stated. If we talk about the 10 billion is like a peanuts in terms of dollars. That's the $3 million. But we should look for something better than that. On Monday, we heard one of the greatest Ugandan athletes who was number 3 in Olympics. He ran a world record in 15.5 marathon, that's 21 kilometers. In 57 seconds, he was given $150,000. So sports is one of the richest thing that we should stand in. Please, second. What I would encourage.
He is our marathon person. That's the exception I'm giving to him.
This is a marathon conception calculation. Doesn't mean that we should not support. We come from a deplorable background as sportsmen and women. We are talking about the Ukraine. If you ask each of them, you may find some of them got no food. But they're trying for our country. Being second in the continent is something which is incredible. So, Honorable Speaker, and our country, let us push harder to make sure budget being increased for our sportsmen and women, and they support them. And then I would encourage the Ministry of Education to look for schools to put for these athletes. Because once your leg or the hands is not functioning, let the brain be functioning to do a better saving for your life. Honorable Speaker, I would also ask that let the government do something for the top federation who are doing great for this nation. For example, Ukraine, they came from out of nowhere. Now, if you go anywhere in a part of the world, they want to know which location is Uganda. You find people are drawing a map of the world looking for the direction of Uganda because of sport. It's not because of politics. Sports has lifted this country from a robot to something. Thank you for this moment. I got no much to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have Rushenyi, the honorable member there, the honorable lady. Rushenyi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. At least I've caught your eye, and I'm sorry I had gone out in protest. But I appreciate that you saw me. And
because you're already on my list.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry for being impatient. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also thank the mover of the motion and also appreciate the Ukraine for giving us this name that we are now talking about and proud of. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the minister had already brought in the request for the addition of the funds that we are all talking about, that they need to increase on the budget. But Mr. Speaker, I also urge him, the minister, that in that budget, much as we are talking of ring-fencing, look at how it is also used, whatever little. The example is some money is normally given to build the sports from down the primary schools. But I want to tell you that when the primary schools are in competition, they are always either on members of parliament or in some people soliciting for money. And yet they budget for that, that activity. But at times the money is spent somewhere. You put your eye properly. What I'm talking, I have witnessed it. The money does not go to those primary schools for the sports. And yet you are building sports from down. There is a problem. Even, I don't know on the other federations, but even that money, if it is well used for everyone to benefit, then maybe we'll move a step forward. I thank you. I support the motion.
Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I am Salongo Kakembo Mikail Mbwate Kamwa. I represent Entebbe Municipality. I want to add my voice to thank these gallant ladies of this country, the She Cranes, for a wonderful job. I want to support this motion, Right Honorable Speaker, as a great sportsman of this country. My colleagues have talked about ring fencing, some of the money for the federations, but I think we need to do a little more than this. Many times we have seen great sportsmen in this house, and many of them have been invited to State House for dinner with the president because of what they have done in the field of sports. But I feel we need to do a little more, Right Honorable Speaker. The constitution that where the National Council of Sports get the mandate is over 40 years old right now. It came into existence in 1964, and many things have changed. When you look at this act, you may find that the Minister of Education and Sports has so much power over National Council of Sports. For example, he appoints over 4-5 people to be represented by the minister on the National Council of Sports. And many of these federations are not represented at the National Council of Sports. Really, most of them are fighting on their own. They don't even know what is happening in the National Council of Sports. I feel this is the time now. We need to amend the Act of 1964, where National Council of Sports gets this mandate doing its work here. We feel a lot of things must be done. If you are going to develop sports, we need a comprehensive strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right. Thank you so much, Right Honorable
Motion.
Speaker.
Motion?
You had given me speaker just after him, before the motion. I beg Honorable Speaker.
It's a point of motion. It's an interruption of the debate.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One, I associate myself with the motion before Parliament. Two, I raise under Rule 59 of our Rules of Procedure to move a motion that this matter goes to the Committee of Sports. For example, I've just learned that we have
No. We have already debated it for very long. You should have raised that at the beginning. Let's conclude this matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm humbled. Thank you very much for the record. I'm Servola Stefan, Member of Parliament, Logazi Municipality. I also associate my appreciation to the team for the work well done. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Logazi Municipality, where there is a girl, a lady called Nakai Halima. Nakai Halima won us a gold medal in 2019. She comes from a village called Isese, where there is no even electricity, not even anything, through Mabira. The parents dedicated their time to educate their girl how to run and become a champion. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2019, Nakai Halima won a gold medal. And when she was asked what she wanted the most, she told the president, I only want to build for my parents a very good, decent house. Right Honorable Speaker. Nakai's parents are aged.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Beth Ethonalima from Wakiso District. I also add my voice to congratulate the She Cranes upon the great achievement for this nation. Right Honorable Speaker, being that I'm part of the Parliamentary Netball Club, I really appreciate what they go through. And it's at this time, I call upon us, the parliamentarians, but particularly the executive, to prioritize further what they bring on table. Because when you consider the matter of facilities, if we've gone through these moments when we are training and we don't have facilities as parliamentarians, what about other Ugandans elsewhere in far deeper villages? Consider the previous budget, which was presented as a supplementary. How comes the sports budget was not so much part of what we just passed? At this moment, when schools are about to open, for example, in Wakiso, we have Nambole facility. It is used it's used by over 8 districts, and it's an international football field. of embracing all games in the country. What is its state now? Shall we continue hosting international games at other stadia? So it's high time the executive prioritized what it brings to the legislature. At this moment, we are expecting that nothing more should be brought to this parliament as supplementary minus the sports budget. And finally, I also add my voice to ask parliament to ask the executive to see that we separate the ministries. If every time we come here and pay tribute to many performing sports, but you find that no one is that, okay, I beg your pardon and I withdraw that, you find that that priority to see that.
Thank you. I'll come this side. I'll have member for Rubanda, Kanungu, Bunyole, East. In that order.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover of the motion, and I want to congratulate the She-Cranes for coming home victorious. Right Honorable Speaker, we heard from our president of FUFA, where he said that in football, they ring-fenced 10 billion. That means that whether 12 billion is sent to the ministry, 10 billion is strictly for FUFA. Right Honorable Speaker, is it fair?
We left that line.
I kindly request.
We left that line. We said, let's just get more. What is already there is not even being received in full. So let us just get more instead of using that as.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for that guidance and that encouragement that we need to stand for these games. But I want to request the ministry that even when they are coming with their budgets, even when they're coming with a budget of both of the Ministry of Education, at least sports is given priority. This morning, as I was going for the training at Lugogo, something that hurt me very much is when I heard that the basketball team will not go because they are lacking 300 million. These young boys and men, I mean, these young boys and women, wake up.
Kanungu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, I'm Patience Nkunda, Kanungu District Woman Representative. I want to first congratulate the She-Crane for keeping the candle burning for Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know sports has capacity to change lives, ability to push gender balance. It teaches young girls and women resilience, teamwork, and confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, young girls and women who are in sports tend to defy bias, stereotype, and these women tend to inspire other young girls who are coming up in sports. Right Honorable Speaker, these women in sports tend to promote equal opportunities and gender equality. Therefore, it's my humble request as parliamentarian and government, let's support all kinds of sports in this country so that everyone who participates can excel in their field or in their talents. I beg to submit.
Bunyoli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate myself for catching your eye for the first time, Right Honorable Speaker. And thereafter, I will thank and congratulate the netball team.
Would that mean that is your maiden speech?
Yes. That's why I'm congratulating myself, Right Honorable Speaker, for the times I've stood in this house for catching your eye, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, we have talked a lot about supporting netball in this country, but let's walk the talk. How many of us here do support netball clubs in their respective areas? Very few of us. Right now, Right Honorable Speaker, you may find that people are organizing football tournaments in their respective constituencies, but you never hear of anyone organizing netball tournament. Right Honorable Speaker, I implore my colleagues that much as we are blaming government for not supporting netball in this country, we also have to do something. I want to congratulate my sister, Kadondi Farida, one of the players. She's from Butareja Global Netball Club, where I'm the patron. She's one of the players, and I have to congratulate her. And I want to thank Honorable Kitty Osara, who is doing a great work. 5 days ago, I received information from the manager of our netball club, telling me that she had gone to Butareja and she was employing and encouraging girls to participate in maiden speech. But Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that in a very special way, we should thank Honorable Kitty Osara for the work that she's doing, and we should also appeal to our girls to participate in netball so that tomorrow there may be another Kadondi. I don't know whether my sister Kadondi is up there for recognition, so that you know that in Butareja we produce very good netballers. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Council. I'll now finish from this side, then we see how we need to roll this up. Yes. Is that Namisindwa? Yes. Let me have Namisinda, then but Bulisa, the bus left the station because at the time I wanted you to speak, you were not here. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am not going to be like my brother Mutembule, but the fact is it's also my maiden speech. And I want to say thank you for catching the speaker's eye. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to comment on two things. One is the number of the players that are normally picked to go and participate. Right Honorable Speaker, I've played netball for my entire life. Even today, I am the captain of the parliamentary netball team. Right Honorable Speaker, you need 14 players and you need substitutes so that in case of any injury, you have a player to replace. It's so unfortunate that whenever She Cranes is traveling, they are so limited with the number of players that they go with. And this makes them to overwork themselves and reduces on their performance. I want to appeal to those who are responsible. We know that the funding is small, but there are ways that we can reduce on the accompanying team and you increase on the number of players so that these people are given extra players to travel with so that they can perform better. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it's on the issue of allowances. These girls play netball as a source of income. Now you take them for one. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
You not maiden speech captain.
Thank you, Right Honorable
the parliamentary
Speaker.
netball team.
I'm humbled. Right Honorable Speaker, you cannot take a player for 1 month, 4 weeks out of home. And when they return, you pay them 500,000. Right Honorable Speaker, you're a sports person yourself, and you know the needs of a sports person. 500,000 is a mockery to our gallant daughters. We need to change. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, if this parliament fails to achieve in increasing the budget on sports, then I think we will have failed forever. Why do I say so? In the chair is a boxer and a biker. And that is the Right Honorable Speaker. We have a FUFA president and the deputy speaker of this house is closely affiliated and associated with the FUFA president. Right Honorable Speaker,
Should I put the question to that?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Sports for the first time is a footballer himself. And this parliament is full of sportsmen and women. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the chair budget plays football. The lope here, not the lope. But Right Honorable Speaker, we have all it takes for.
I'm just being informed that the government chief whip plays wrestling. So, but and golf. But wrestling is not one of those sports that is still. Honorable members, shouldn't we prepare to close? We have given this debate quite, yes, Bulisa, then I'll have a Whopper, then I have the honorable members. You can see how much time we have taken on this. Can I have Bulisa?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I stand here to support the motion to pay tribute to the giant of giants, the She Cranes, for the outstanding performance in the recent games. Honorable Speaker, I have two issues to raise in this regard. And I'm praying that the Ministry of Education and government may take a deliberate effort in identifying talent, and in this case, the netballers. It's not about only going to schools, but we need to identify talents even from our communities. Honorable Speaker, 2 years ago, I organized a tournament for netball. And when I went to the communities, I was surprised that we had very good netballers in those communities who are not school going, but these are girls who are in communities who stopped somewhere, but they were able to compete favorably with those who are in higher schools. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, we've got a very big challenge in this country that there are very few trainers for netball. So if we have to improve on this sport, we need the concerned authorities to make sure that we bring on board many trainers in netball, that our girls out there can be able to get fully involved and participate in this sport. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you so much. And I insist, as the rest have said, that if we have to see a...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues to second the motion and to say it's very unfortunate that we always gather here to pay tribute to our gallant sons and daughters that excel in different fields. We are here talking about the athletes. We raised the same issue about the little money being ring-fenced for FUFA. And yet, Right Honorable Speaker, FUFA has so many, the football in this country receive other donations from other organizations. And when it comes to the She Cranes, there is minimal support. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to beg. Time and again, money for members of parliament has been cut to support the She Cranes. Why?
No, members of parliament have donated. I think that's the better way to put the.
Okay. Saying it in a polite way, but we'll leave it at that, Right Honorable Speaker. The point I'm trying to make, Right Honorable Speaker, the little funding that goes If 10 billion is ring fenced for FUFA, that should not be the case moving forward. I want to request the Committee on Education, please bring that report here so that we can conclude this matter. We've just passed a supplementary. We passed a supplementary for other sectors. We need to pass a supplement, even if it is 20 billion, let us pass it. Even if it is 5 billion, let us pass it. But we need to support the different disciplines. Right, Honorable Speaker, the basketball. This is Whopper Chair. Can I request for 1 minute to conclude?
Honorable members, stop negotiating for time. We have agreed on the time.
Can I conclude?
Please conclude.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, the basketballers. I play basketball myself. And Right Honorable Chair, this team excelled in Rwanda. And they were going to hopefully excel in Angola and move to the international scene for just 300 million. What resolution are we making as members of parliament? They needed the money to move next week. What resolution are we making? We have been told the She Cranes will need money. I have already been told about a sheet of paper that is supposed to be moving around for members to contribute some money to this group. Can we also agree on that, Right Honorable Speaker? If it means even 200,000 or 100,000 from each member of parliament, that will be some money to help them move. But let's have the report from the Committee Committee of Education so that we can pass money and the She Cranes moves to the next. We were told in a month's time they will be moving out to participate in a different competition. They will need funds. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I know government systems are sometimes slow, but once a resolution of this House is made, government can put that into consideration. Can I suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, can I propose we participate in basketball as members of parliament? Can we support this team with at least each member of parliament? We are 500. If we deducted if we donated each 100,000, how much would that be? Right Honorable Speaker, can we raise this 300 million for the basketballers so that they are able to move and participate in this sport? Can I suggest that we move, that members of parliament contribute 100,000 from each, that we contribute 100,000 and support the basketball team so that they can be able to travel? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Opendi, for the opportunity. Colleagues, what the Honorable colleague is talking about is very, very serious, and I know that, and I want to acknowledge it. But let me give this information. Recently, when we passed a supplementary budget, there was a provision to cater for a company's bill of around 3 billion. Why on earth would we go to this level of always contributing money? Where government is the one which has money which is more than ours. It is our duty to appropriate. If we need a way of moving forward, can we organize and say, government release money to this team? The ministers are here, all of them are here. The government chief whip is around. Everybody is around. What is not there? We need the money.
More information.
Thank you.
More information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on that note, we want to urge the government. 300 million is not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. Can I propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Education and Sports, who is right here, finds money between now and next week and supports the basketball team so that they can be able to go and participate in this other sport, other than constraining the members of parliament. Football is well supported. And Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Magogo did mention that there is football for women, football team for men. I am sure if we went to this other football team, I hope, Honorable Magogo, there are no complaints that that other team is not being facilitated and all the money is for the for the FUFA men, not FUFA women. I hope that will not be the complaint that we shall receive here. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Members, we are trying to draw to a close, and we have given this debate sufficient time. Honorable members, please bear with me. We still have an order paper to complete, and I would prefer that if it were possible, we pause this here, we draw to a close, and then we move. We're going almost 2 hours, and that's a long enough time to have this debate because of the significance of what this sector is beginning to do for this country. So you bear with me, members. I think we have tried to listen to most of you who have contributed. I'll have the comment from the shadow minister has already spoken. So, so I wanted now, if there is a comment from the leader of the opposition, then I have the minister, and then we close this matter.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to join the House in paying tribute to the nation's netball team for bringing honor to motherland at a time when gloom was atop our horizon. They returned a smile on our faces. We do congratulate them. The growing tribute from members and the airing of frustrations of sportsmen and women should provide the kind of awakening my very warm friend and brother, the Honorable Minister of Sports, to engage his next year. After all, the House of Parliament has expressed solidarity with your needs. Go back to your desk and put forward your best fit so that we can lift sports. We are Africa's #1 youngest population. What do you do with the younger population? Part of the investment you can do to harvest the energy of the young people is to invest in sports. Sports is no longer for mere fitness and happiness. It's an investment worth billions of dollars. I have visited a number of countries in West Africa that have invested in sports. A single sportsman or woman transforms a single sportsman transforms an entire community. I have been to Kapchora. I have seen what their grandsons in their humility have done to change the lives and fortunes of the rest of the world. We owe it to our younger people to do it for them, honorable colleagues, and we shall wait. We do not legislate through sloganeering. The minister owes us a duty to present the plan. And I will join him to support the plan to invest in our younger people. We need to invest in regional sporting arena. We need to invest in stadia. The land grabbers have threatened some of them in the countryside. One way of preserving them is for government to invest in their preservation by upgrading them. In Masaka City, we have a plethora of them, still belonging to the city, but the threat lies in leaving them undeveloped. And I'd like to invite the minister going forward to make provision for a comprehensive plan to preserve regional stadia by upgrading them. And there should either be sports arenas, not football pitches, to make provision for a number of sporting disciplines that we can harvest the vast talents of our young men and women. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let me start by saluting Parliament of Uganda for always dedicating time to discuss one of Uganda's brand, one of Uganda's products, and this is the sports. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I would want to quote the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya while addressing the youth leaders of Northern Uganda. This is what he had to say, and I want to quote him. Hard times do not create heroes. It is during the hard times when the hero within us is revealed. End of quote. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the heroes we are seeing in the sports subsector is being created under such circumstances. We have presented our case. I was here when the Right Honorable Speaker called me. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record of Parliament, the humble, modern, and ideal budget that we submitted in the circumstances totals to 96 billion, 179 million, 142,180 shillings for consideration by Parliament of Uganda. And these proposals are already before Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the second point I would want to emphasize is that despite these budget cuts and suppression, honorable colleagues, including these two tournaments where our ladies performed, was catered for by Government of Uganda through the National Council of Sports. In this particular championship, government through the National Council of Sports had to pay for full board accommodation for 19 days in Namibia from 29th of October until 17th of November. Secondly, government provided air tickets for the 27 member team. And most of them were players because they knew they were going for 2-in-1 tournament. And the humble out of pocket. In the circumstances of the budget we are receiving, let me even confirm that even with the budget suppression of 10 billion, at the end of the financial year, not all the 10 billion would have been released. You will find that less has been released to the National Council of Sports. So as a parliament, kindly understand the predicament we are operating in. And that is why we are humbly requesting that the budget proposal we have submitted for the next financial year be considered by the Parliament of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, there are some specific issues that I need to respond to. One was on the limited number. I have stated in this particular, we had 27-member team. An issue was raised, Mr. Speaker, on consideration of the budget for sports, especially facilities.
I are not allowed that point of order because I know the origin of it. It started from a point of... Honorable Minister, please proceed. Stop negotiating, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Minister. Honorable Speaker, at least I've been following whatever you say and I take it seriously. Recently, when you came for the children's
forum at Munyonyo when we are opening the children's forum, you stopped us from lamenting. We must move forward. Now, the clarification I'm seeking from the Honourable Minister, is he aware that within his docket, he has the best tool to use to get money for sports other than waiting for budget cuts? This is what you have, and this is the clarification I'm seeking. Honourable Speaker, the only tool we have, and which other countries are using to manage sports without fighting with the government to get budget, is that they use their act governing sports. Take an example, Honourable Speaker. In Ghana, it was a battle in Parliament why the national team will use the government money to go out for football. Because they were saying multinational companies were supposed, under their law, to provide them with the money. Now, if you have MTN, you have Airtel, you have Stanbic, if you have a good law before they open up business here, they must take charge of some part of sports before and when they are running their business. So can you go back and look at the National Council of Sports? That's the question I'm seeking, that we get that law, which gives us that opportunity of getting resources from those big companies that can help sports run, other than every time lamenting that there's no money, yet they take all the dividends they make from this country back to their country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
So what happened to the point of order?
That's what it collapsed, they immediately refused it. So it could not arise anymore. And clarification was precedental.
Thank you so much. Right Honourable Speaker, if the Honourable colleague senior in Parliament had given me an opportunity, I would come to that. There was an issue raised by the district woman representative of Wakiso on consideration for facilities under the supplementary budget, and she mentioned Mandela National Stadium. Mandela National Stadium renovation and upgrade was part and parcel of the supplementary budget that this parliament passed. And there was money to the tune of 67 billion arising from the bill of quantities that was conducted by the Minister of Works and Transport. That was part and parcel of supplementary schedule number 1. Just yesterday, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, we appeared before the Education Committee jointly with the Minister of Finance on the matter of 2 proposed stadia to be constructed with funding from the China grant. These 2 stadia had been dropped, but because of the protracted struggle that we have had, the 2 stadia have been reinstated, that is Akibwa and Buhinga, and it has been cost listed to benefit from this grant for the period 2021-2023. We are not taking these challenges while lying down, and we are not lamenting. We are lamenting while also moving forward in terms of advocacy. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, let me now come to the issue of the law. Honourable Sewungu has always raised this, including yesterday in the meeting of education and sports. And this is what I had to say. That 1, we have a policy of 2004. We realize that when you proceed to either amend or repeal the 1964 Act, without first starting with realigning through review of the policy, you may end up with a good law, but not standing on a good policy. What we started with is the review of the policy to inform the law of a modern time. And I remember committing on this floor when we again paid tribute to the Olympic team, that by the end of this financial year, we should be done with the policy in order to give rise to the repeal. In my opinion, is even repeal, not amendment of that law. That law is old, it is obsolete, it must be repealed. But it can only be anchored on a modern policy. That is why we are seeking to start with the policy first. On the issue, Mr. Speaker, let me just correct this record of Parliament from Honourable Obiga, who stated that the balls did not come from the Minister of Education and Sports. I want to affirm that through the Honourable Speaker, that the Ministry of Education and Sports under the leadership of the First Lady and the Minister, donated the 8,000 balls covering football and netball to Parliament of Uganda.
And I announced it here.
And you announced it. This is just to correct the record. And I want to just emphasize that even within the limited budget we have, I have been here, this is my year number 16. This is the first time that all members of Parliament are receiving such a donation. It is the first time in my 16 years consecutively in Parliament. Just correcting the record, my senior colleague. The issue of the Inzikuru Stadium, what we are working on, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, is what the President had stated. That his mission and vision is to construct 18 regional stadia in the 18 traditional regions of Uganda. And to kickstart the actualization of this dream, he started by putting those two, Akibwa in Lango sub-region, then Buhinga, that is Kabarole, that is the greater you can call it Renzori. When we are done with those two, we shall be on reducing balance, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, I do not know whether the one of West Nile region will be named Docas Inzikuru. But West Nile definitely is one of the 18 traditional regions, and we have already started with these two. The promise of 10 million to she cranes. I am hardly 2 years at office. From the day I stepped in office, when the office was handed over, I beg to pray that if I am reminded in writing, I will be able to remind His Excellency the President about this promise. The issue of the house donated to the late Akibwa, Mr. Speaker, we followed this matter. It was even raised yesterday. Just today, I signed another reminder letter to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Where we have reached is that this property was valued by the government chief valuer. What we are supposed to pay is the stamp duty. Now, my letter is requesting the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to either pay or waive the stamp duty such that Uganda Land Commission can proceed to effect transfer into the names of the administrator of the late John Akibwa. That is where we have reached for now, in line with the laws of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, let me end on the note of the national basketball team. From the time I took over leadership, my emphasis were 2 or 3. One was proper planning by federations that are 51 in nature, because the international sports calendar are normally announced well in advance, especially by the international federation to the respective national federations. Issue number 2 was about accountability. Timely, because the hands are tied by the law passed by this parliament. When you receive money from government, account in time in order for you to get the second advance. I want to lay on table a letter signed by Mr. Nasser Serunjoji, former president, addressed to Honorable Dennis Amson Obua, Minister of State for Sports, Kampala. The letter is dated November 22nd, 2021. The subject is request for World Cup qualifier funding. 22nd is Monday this week. And the letter is here. I just want to proceed and say this letter towards the end says, this is therefore kindly to request your urgent intervention and save the situation, as the team is supposed to travel not later than 23rd November 2021, tomorrow. In bracket, it is here. 22nd November the team is supposed to travel not later than 23rd November 2021. Tomorrow, it is in bracket. It is contained in the letter. I'm going to lay on table for the record of Parliament. Honorable members, this letter is seeking for a grand total of 115,392 US dollars. This is over 400 million shillings when you convert it. 22nd, latest 23rd, the team must travel. That means the team should get even the visa, everything, COVID test, what within that limited time. Right, Honorable Speaker, you have always emphasized we can do things better. You have always emphasized we can do things better. And I want to still emphasize that we can do things better. When this budget is even attached, the delegation is supposed to be 24. There is no list of the delegation members attached. The budget is here. Page 1 and 2 is the content. Page number 3 is the budget. Planning for 24 people, the list is not there. This is supposed to be cleared by government. Government through EFT is supposed to get these resources. Of course, we know we have limited resources, but there are things that we can even get on credit. For instance, air tickets. So I want to appeal, just like I've always done, to our sports federations, that let's plan in advance. This is my humble appeal. As we are in the process of consulting, the president of the federation yesterday went and announced that Team Uganda for basketball has withdrawn. Uncoordinated movement of troops. For me, my question is, why always basketball? We are here paying tribute to these girls for flying our flag higher and higher, but under difficult circumstances. But because they informed the system early enough, the system was able to consult, and whatever was within our reach had to be provided. The team had to be facilitated. The team had to travel. The team had to sleep. The team had to train. The team had to eat. Of course, the out-of-pocket is an issue. We even committed that if funds better to the sports subsector, we can pay them their areas. If this parliament can give us the resources we require, I am not running anywhere because I know constitutionally the mandate to appropriate falls with the Parliament of Uganda on proposals that come from the executive. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the predicament in which we find ourselves, and let me lay this letter on table for the record of Parliament, such that we also appreciate the predicament under which sometimes we are put to work. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, let me salute our girls, the She Cranes. When I spoke to them, I had nothing but only to motivate them, because I knew they were going like David facing Goliath of this continent. But I told them the best you have is to make choices at personal level. Give yourself your personal best. Give your country your personal best. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, the She Cranes has already put us on notice as government, including Parliament, that come 2022, they have already made history as the first team to qualify for the 2022 Commonwealth Games. They have put us on notice, and I think this time round they must not travel without what is required of them. They have put the organ in charge of appropriation on notice that in 2022 we are going to England. They have equally put us on notice that come 2023 we are going for the World Cup of Netball in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, this to me is an invitation to treat. Because if we don't better funding, we will come back and lament and say they went to World Cup, they went to Commonwealth, with the same funding when they went for qualifiers. But if the funding is made better, we committed, Right Honorable Speaker, that we can pay even the areas for these particular qualifiers on condition that we are given more money. We can pay. They have marketed the country. President and your team, I want to thank you, Coach Mugerwa, who is also the coach of Parliament team. I want to salute you and the technical team. Our girls continue along that trajectory. Continue along that trajectory. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate this. We never invited our professional players for netball. We picked from the available players within clubs in Uganda, and they were able to take a second position at Africa Cup of Nations for netball. What a performance. Supposing we had brought in all our pros who are playing in England, best clubs in the world for netball, probably the results would have been better. But our ranking has improved. Let me state for the record that in Africa, we are now number 2 after South Africa. Then Malawi, number 3. In the whole world, we are number 6 in the whole world. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to thank you for dedicating time. We only pray and we hope that by the grace of God, if the sports subsector is given more resources, we can do more. If from the little resources we are able to bring better results, better performances, better ranking, breaking and setting 4 world records within a very difficult time, best performance in the Olympics, best performance in the World School Sports Games, best performance so far by the Netball Federation and the She Cranes, we can, if supported, on 2 issues, funding and infrastructure, be able to deliver more. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank Parliament for giving us time. We hope and pray that, honorable members, we can work collectively. These achievements is not an individual achievement, it is collective. When we say thank you to these ladies, we give them motivation and inspiration. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister said, by the grace of God, we shall accomplish. The grace of God is already there.
Thank you.
What is lacking is our own commitment. The grace of God is always there. It's there. It's here now. It's with you. It's with every one of us. So let's now inspire ourselves to do better to help this sector to grow. The grace of God is already there. Let's act. Honorable members, I'll now put the question for decision on this motion that this Parliament, by resolution, pays tribute to the Uganda netball team, the She Cranes, for their outstanding performance at the Panther Africa Games 2021. I put the question, will those in favor say aye? To the contrary, no. There is a... Honorable members, there are 2 things that I need to do. There is an urgent bill that we have been monitoring with the committees, which have just now submitted its report, and we need to start the process because there are discussions going to go in the region about it, and we need to show that we have also started the process of finalizing. We may not be able to complete it anytime today or tomorrow, but if we start the process, it will give us leverage on how to give speeches about what we are going to do. And this is on the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Bill 2021. It was before the committee already, and we want to accommodate it now, and then we receive a statement from the leader of the opposition. Thereafter, then we see how to conclude. Can we cause alteration in order paper to accommodate this matter?
Bill second reading, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move that the bill entitled the East African Crude Oil Pipeline ECOP Special Provisions Bill 2021 be read for the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by West Budama, by Ajumani East, Bulisa, Rakai. Did I see the Honorable? The Honorable Member, I can't, the Honorable Member for Oyam.
Uganda West, Kamuntu Moses.
Yes, the Honorable Kamuntu. I think the motion is properly seconded. Would the minister like to speak briefly to this motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to fully define the legal and regulatory framework for the ECOP project in Uganda by enabling aspects of agreed upon through negotiations, the intergovernment agreement and post-government agreement to ensure the law implementation of the project in Uganda, to ensure the project is implemented in Uganda lawfully. It should also be noted that the United Republic of Tanzania has already passed a similar law to enable the implementation of the project in Tanzania. The government of Tanzania and Uganda granted the project a number of incentives to ensure that the pipeline is least cost and tariff is fixed. Least cost and the tariff is fixed. These incentives can only be put into effect.
Proceed, Honorable Minister.
I will not give you the page because it is in the remedies and proposed objectives. The bill therefore seeks to provide for the tariff regime application to the project during the different phases of operation, thus the construction period and operations period, to enable the government and the Uganda National Oil Company to pay the transportation tariff in kind. C, ensure that the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project obtains the required authorization in a timely manner. D, grant and protect the land rights of the project, including enabling the government to support the project in the acquisition of land. E, define the local content regime applicable to the ECOP project and ensure that Ugandan citizens and enterprises optimally benefit from the project through prioritization, ring fencing, and joint ventures, among others. F, guarantee third-party access to the pipeline and define the tariff to be paid by the third parties. This is important in ensuring that the crude oil from any future discoveries can easily be commercialized, and is therefore an incentive to encourage further exploration for petroleum in our country. Provide for the decommissioning of the project after cessation of activities. Define the force majeure events applicable to the project in case of failure or delay in performance of obligations arising from acts of God or related causes outside the control of the party. Provide for the procedure for transfer and assignment of rights and obligations. Ensure access
to electricity by the project, enable the fiscal regime for the project based on incentives granted by the government of Uganda and the government of Tanzania. Empower the minister to make regulations to give effect to the bill and facilitate implementation of the project, and give the eco bill a supremacy over other laws on matters specifically covered by the bill. Those are the objectives of the bill. I wish to move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this bill was received and forwarded to our committee responsible for the sector, our committee on environment and natural resources. And the report is here. At this stage, the report is big, actually quite big. So I would like to invite the chair for today's purposes to just lay the copy of the report on the table. And then we see how we can begin the handling of these matters. When the copies are already circulated, we handle it next week. Chair, and I will not propose the question for debate today. We'll do it next week.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir. And honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, before I lay the report of the committee.
That's exactly what I'd asked you to do. So please do it.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources in respect of the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Bill 2021, accompanied by the minutes of the proceedings and the stakeholders' views on table. I beg to lay.
Let the records capture that. Honorable members, the full report, text of the report has been received. It will be processed and posted online to your systems so that we can begin looking at this. And when we resume next week, we'll begin the process of debate on this motion for second reading. And after that, the chairman will report. And from there, we have a full debate on the principles of the bill. And then we see how we make progress with the rest of the decisions on the provisions of the bill. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 5.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. I do appreciate the circumstances under which the report is being laid, and I hold no qualms about it. But I also understand, I thought the chairperson would make mention of the fact that there obtains a minority report, but for time, they could not process it. So that the records capture its existence, and that the authors utilize the space to complete and upload it. I thought it would do so because we fully understand, well, this was not a bill brought under Rule 119 as an urgent bill, but we can understand when there's desire to have it processed. So we can accept proper processing, but I thought the chairperson recognized that, and also that the records are very clear.
Honorable members, the rule on this minority report is such that at the conclusion of debate on a particular bill, a report is prepared, agreed upon, where some member or members have an area where they don't agree with the majority of the committee. They give notification to the chair that chair and members on this particular aspect, we do not agree with the position of the minority. We'll be filing a minority report, and the process is given to them to prepare. And once it's ready, it's submitted to the chair and actually attached to the report so that when the chair is presenting and whatever he has laid ordinarily should have contained the minority report. Mr. Chair, does that report you have laid has a minority report attached to it?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my committee examined the bill and we held very, very detailed discussion until this afternoon. And Right Honorable Speaker, we came up with a report of consensus. Right Honorable Speaker, I was very surprised when I was already in this house to be served by the servers who normally pick our papers here.
Our staff.
Our staff. To be served with the two notices, one dated 23rd of November, which was yesterday. In other words, this was even before we concluded the discussion. It is authored by the Honorable Nyakato as Nancy, addressed to me and copied to you, among others, giving me notice of an intention to write a minority report.
So the copy of the minority report is not available?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, the copy of the minority report is not there. And I'm not privy to it. I have been notified while in this house. The second thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is in the same breath, I've been served with a notice from the Honorable Kaya Christine Nashimweru, also telling me about her intention to write a minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, while we were discussing and concluding our report.
I think let's not go that beyond it. The point is, honorable members, as presiding officer, I know the processes that have gone into the production of making this report available. Notification has been given to the chairperson of intent to draw minority reports. I think the circumstances dictate, just like the name of the bill says, special provisions. We also need to apply special provisions to accommodate minority. And then when we come next week, we have the full the minority report also. So those with intention to raise minority reports, please don't just give notice. Prepare the text and submit. When we come on Tuesday, if it is not there, I shall say you gave a false notice. Okay? And then when it is brought, we'll allow you, because the chair will be presenting at the conclusion of his presentation. By that time, hopefully we'll have already got the minority report. He will then say, I also have minority report, which has been given notice of. I've now received. I now, Mr. Speaker, allow the members who have minority opinions to proceed with the presentation. Since the chairman is not presenting today, he's presenting next week. Okay? Thank you. Next item.
Item number 5, statement on the shrinking civic space in the country.
The leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This particular statement brought under Rule 53(1) suddenly arose as curiosity, including its title. I have delegated my able minister, Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs, to present on my behalf, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the honorable member. Council, proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a statement on the shrinking operational space of
Can I give you 10 minutes? 10 minutes to do it? Thank you. 10 minutes.
Let me
proceed.
Best in 15 minutes.
Proceed.
This is the statement on the shrinking operational space of civil society organizations in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in a democratic government, civil society organizations are a channel through which citizens are mobilized to participate in influencing policy decisions, management of public resources, and contribute to national development. Civil society organizations are champions of transparency, information sharing, and holding government accountable in pursuit of service delivery. Hence, it is prudent that the state closely works with civil society organizations in ensuring qualitative service delivery while prevailing abuse of public authority and resources. To the contrary, it has been observed that the state is increasingly clamping down civil society organizations' operations in Uganda. The clampdown is as follows in a systematic and targeted. Given the foregoing, it is incumbent upon Parliament to inquire into the operations of civil society organizations, particularly political parties, non-government organizations, media and journalists, cultural and religious institutions. Right Honorable Speaker, in the area of political parties, the state has been highly repressive towards organized efforts of dissent. Opposition political parties are not accorded conducive environment within which to operate as per the dictates of a free and democratic leadership enshrined under Article 29(1)(e) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Security forces deter them from popularizing their parties, while on the other hand facilitating popularizing the ruling party. For instance, the National Resistance Movement has not been deterred from undertaking mobilization tours in Buganda region, while the National Unity Platform has been blocked from holding radio talk shows and party activities in Mbale and Ida district. The police and the army have on several occasions, under the guise of regulating public order, rained on the political parties and prevented the opposition from organizing and conducting their activities in an orderly democratic environment, hence offending the civic space. The security organs have selectively and conveniently used the Public Order Management Act to bluntly stifle political dissent. The act under section, the act, that is the Public Order Management Act under section 8, had given the Inspector General of Police and any person designated by the IGP powers to unilaterally stop the gatherings of protests merely on subjective suspicion that such gathering or protests would result in breach of peace. Right Honorable Speaker, the Constitutional Court, in the case of the Human Rights Network and 4 others versus the Attorney General, Constitutional Court number 56 of 2013, annulled section 8 of the POMA. In effect, it prohibited the prohibitive powers were clipped because those powers were unacceptable and demonstrably unjustifiable in a free and democratic society. The decision is a hallmark in creating an enabling environment for political dissent that is pertinent in shaping democratic and just leadership in Uganda. Hence, a matter of urgency, the impact section should immediately be removed from the Public Order Management Act. Surprisingly, almost a year after the Constitutional Court judgment, which was delivered in March 2020, prohibitive powers were still applied during the recently concluded 2021 general elections. Opposition leaders were harassed, assaulted, and some even faced kidnapping. For instance, on 3rd November 2021, the president of the National Unity Platform was violently assaulted shortly after being nominated to run for the presidency of Uganda. The president of the Forum for Democratic Change was equally violently arrested by police and the army. He was presented to the nomination venue barefooted and all wrapped up. Right, Honorable Speaker, actually the entire presidential campaigns were characterized by use of excessive force and live ammunition targeted at dissenting candidates and their supporters in pretext of enforcing COVID-19 containment measures. In November 2020, the demonstrations that followed the arbitrary arrest of Honorable Robert Chagulanyi led to the killing of more than 50 people. Several hundreds of his supporters were abducted by police and army, many of whose whereabouts remain unknown. Later in December 2020, Right Honorable Chagulanyi campaign team was violently arrested from Kalangala and court-martialed on trumped-up charges. After the elections, the police and military placed the president of National Unity Platform under house arrest, completely restraining him from his office and lawyers. At the same time, police and military besieged and barricaded off the headquarters of National Unity Platform for over a month. This hampered the preparation and eventual filing of his presidential petition, election petition against the disputed presidential polls by Honorable Chagulanyi and his legal team. Relatedly, the National Consultative Forum for Political Parties and Organizations, established under Section 20 of the Political Parties and Organizations Act, is yet to influence reforms geared at addressing government repressive approach towards political parties in Uganda. For instance, the forum has not weighed in or made any known position on the current indiscriminate attacks on the opposition political parties, agitation of the president to curtail issuance of bail, and trumped-up charges of Honorable Segirinya of Kawempe North and Honorable Alan Sewanyana of Machinde West. This is mainly attributed to the lukewarm support from the Electoral Commission, which has hindered the actualization of the forum's mandate stipulated under Section 24 of the Political Parties and Organizations Act. The forum is mandated to ensure compliance with Code of Conduct, advancing complaints of political parties to the Electoral Commission, and resolving disputes amongst political parties, among others. Unfortunately, the Auditor General in the report of the Auditor General in his report of 2020 noted that the forum is poorly planned for by the Electoral Commission. On the issue of non-government organizations, over the years, civic space for NGOs and community-based organizations has shrunk due to the historic mistrust of the state on organized groupings of people advocating for civil and fundamental rights and freedoms. They have continuously faced the high-handed repressive hand of the state through orchestrated break-ins, closure of, and suspension of bank accounts, especially those perceived critical of government. For instance, in 2017, the offices and accounts of Action Aid and Great Lakes Institute for Strategic Studies, GLIS, were closed. The legal regime and regulatory framework are also so cumbersome and extremely taxing. It is exceptionally hard to register a non-governmental organization and even much harder for an NGO to get accredited periodically. For instance, Section 44 of the NGO Act has restrictive provisions that require NGOs to seek approval from district NGO monitoring committees, local government and NGO bureau before extending activities to the new geographical area. The multiple registration itself constrains the widening of footprints of NGOs into new areas. As a consequence, the complementary role of NGOs to the efforts of government is adversely affected in as far as fighting gender-based violence, provision of clean and safe water, building and supporting schools, health centers, as well as road maintenance, among others, are concerned. This also downplays the contribution of NGOs to the economy, particularly in terms of service delivery, providing employment opportunities and associated tax payments, whereas it is quite hard to ascertain the total number of employees of NGOs in Uganda. According to the NGO Bureau of 2021, as per the report of 9th October 2021, the total number of employees of NGOs in Uganda, according to the NGO Bureau, there are 2,205 indigenous and foreign NGOs operating in Uganda. Assuming every NGO employed 10 people, they would in total employ 22,050 people. The people pay taxes and support a number of dependents. More still, the NGO Bureau is overreaching in execution of its mandate. In August 2021, the NGO Bureau announced suspension of 54 NGOs on assertion of expired permits, failure to file annual returns, or failure to register with authorities. It was noted that most of the NGOs that were suspended were monitoring elections and advocates of protection of human rights. However, some NGOs adduced evidence that they were unduly suspended for they had fulfilled requirements for permits renewal. Of late, the state has made it known of its insecurity about the donor funding towards NGOs. This was evidenced in the presidential directive issued on 2nd January 2021, ordering the closure of the Democratic Governance Facility, DGF. It was asserted that DGF was subverting government under the guise of improving governance. This state of affairs orchestrated clampdown on the financing of NGOs through DGF adversely impacts on the operations of civil societies in Uganda. These maneuvers were further extended through clamp-up charges of money laundering against Advocate Nicholas Opio, a renowned human rights lawyer and the executive director of Chapter 4 Uganda. Fortunately, the charges were later dropped due to lack of merit. In the area of media and journalists, Article 29(1)(a) of the Constitution enshrines freedom of speech and expression, which includes freedom of press and other media. This can only be restricted as provided for in Article 43 of the Constitution. In the circumstances, they are acceptable and demonstrable, justifiable in a free and democratic society. Unfortunately, in disregard of the Constitution, throughout the entire campaigns in the recently concluded general elections, police and the army specifically targeted journalists that covered the campaign programs of the opposition candidates. This was envisaged in the campaign trails of the presidential candidates of Honorable Chagulanyi of the National Unity Platform and Honorable Patrick Amriat Oboy of the Forum for Democratic Change. Many journalists were violently assaulted and harassed, such as John Wycliffe Wamala of NTV, Daniel Taya of NBS Television, Waiswa Moses of Usoga One Radio, among others. Others were shot at and sustained grave injuries, such as Ashraf Kasirye of Ghetto Media, among others. While others were arrested and prosecuted under the general court-martial, such as Kalima Richard of Ghetto Media and Lukman Kampala, a freelancer photojournalist. Right, Honorable Speaker, surprisingly, the commander of the operation in which the police and the army beat up journalists that were covering the National Unity Platform leaders as they delivered the petition to the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Uganda, in Kampala, who ought to have been charged in court-martial, has never been apprehended for any offense. The high-handedness of security personnel has resulted in intimidation, coercion, limitation of free space and expression, curtailed transmission of information, and gravely hurt democratic principles and growth of the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, this has not been helped by the excusable suspension of the media houses, journalists, and talk shows by the Uganda Communications Commission. This usually happens when the state has expressed displeasure for media coverage of protests or arrests of opposition leaders and engaging in debates critical of unpopular government undertakings. For instance, in 2019, UCC suspended 39 journalists from 13 media houses on allegations of breach of minimum broadcasting standards during the coverage of protests against the arrest of Honorable Kyagulanyi. Such hefty and unjustified sanctions undermine the quality of journalism in Uganda and create an environment of fear. This is as per the letter to the Uganda Communication Commission by the originated from the National Association of Broadcasters in 2019. Right, Honorable Speaker, such hefty and qualified sanctions undermine the quality and justify the quality of journalism in Uganda and create an environment of fear. Such circumstances accelerate administrative gaps, deeply abuse the natural justice, and undermine sector of growth. For the Commission has on many occasions failed to dispense justice in a free, fair, and democratic manner. Unfortunately, government has failed to constitute Uganda Communications Tribunal, which would have handled the complaints relating to the decisions of UCC as provided for under Section 60 and 64 of UCC Act. In the area of cultural institutions, in 1967, cultural institutions were abolished due to mistrust between their leaders and the state. They were later restored in 1993. However, it has been a bittersweet relationship between the traditional and cultural institutions and cultural institutions and the executive arm of government. Several properties which had been confiscated by past regimes were not given back to the respective institutions from the restoration to date. Instead, the government's policy is to hand them back in piecemeal. Tokenism in form of cars and cash is yet another policy the state has employed to strategically and conveniently portray itself as the provider. Some of the leaders of these institutions watch on in silence as excesses are committed by the state through extreme violence, arrest and kidnap, murder, corruption, and poor governance. It may be perceived that such leaders cannot speak up and sensitize their subjects in fear of losing out on the brown envelope from the president. Consequently, such leaders fail to hold the state accountable. Worth noting, Right Honorable Speaker, additionally, is that the state has extended its long arm into the dynamic of some of the cultural institutions, causing divisions and disharmony of government influence in the leadership contest in some cultural institutions, has created tension that have threatened peace and stability within their subjects. The state involvement in the cultural institutions dynamics also undermines the cultural sovereignty of those institutions. For instance, in his missive entitled Museveni Right to NRA Mobilizer of Land and Sectarianism, the president described cultural leaders as parasites that live off the wealth of their subjects. He further alleges that their institutions such as Uganda Land Board are illegal entities. This has been occasioned by the cultural institution pushback of the repressive and exploitative advances of government, particularly in excess of the land. All these attacks subsequently distort the civic roles of cultural institutions and undermine the propagation of citizen inclusion in governance. On the issue of religious institutions, government has increasingly demonstrated its displeasure with the religious leaders for holding it accountable. In the just concluded election cycle, religious leaders were in one way or the other accused of undermining government. For instance, following the 2021 general elections, Honorable Vincent Wamulanga Chisempija, the Minister of Defense, as well as the former Minister for Presidency, Esther Ambayo, on several occasions rebuked the religious leaders for the dismal performance of NRM political party. The state also coordinated a degrading narrative meant to undermine the religious leaders in order to derail the religious institutions and preclude them from taking part in shaping the political and democratic landscape of the country. For instance, the president terms religious leaders as parasitic and sectarians. as per the monitor of 13th November 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, on the other occasion, government has been seen to undermine the authority and control of educational institutions founded by religious institutions. For instance, in religious founded schools that are now government aided, government has on several occasions been criticized for transferring teachers and head teachers without ample consultation from the founders. This has led to standoff that further widens working relations and subsequently shrink the civic space of religious institutions. On the other occasions, the state has appointed religious leaders into political positions without approval and consent of their superiors. This too has led to the tension between the state and religious institutions. Of concern too has been the extension of gifts to religious leaders in form of cars and cash. The head of state has long employed tokenism seemingly to buy their support. This presents a risk of undermining the duty and objectivity of some religious leaders, consequently compromising the use of their platforms in holding the government accountable. Among the recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, on the area of political parties, it would be prudent to increase funding of the National Consultative Forum to empower it fast-track its statutory obligations under the Political Parties and Organizations Act. The enhanced funding would improve the operations of the forum to build the capacities of the political parties in Uganda and propagate dialogue at the national level with the intent to wiping out political persecution and strengthening the democratic values. The second one, there is a need to amend the Electoral Commissions Act to redefine the role of police and armed forces during elections. The role of conducting elections should be the reserve of the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission should be reserve of the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission should be solely in charge of and in direct command of and control of co-opted police and other internal security personnel deployed in electoral process. The army should not be allowed and should not play any role in the electoral process over and above those listed under Article 208 and 209 of the Constitution and the Uganda People's Defense Forces Act 2005. This would go an extra mile in ensuring that the operations of police during elections are not politically motivated as noticed over a time. On the issue of non-government organizations, there is a need to amend Non-Government Organizations Act 2016 and dispense with the said unnecessary and restrictive multiple registration and accreditation process. There is also a need to formulate a committee. A committee of parliament should formulate a committee of parliament to investigate the operations of National Bureau for Non-Government Organizations and the recent suspension of the 54 non-governmental organizations. In the area of media and journalists, the minister responsible for information, communication, technology, and national guidance should report to Parliament on why the Uganda Communication Tribunal has not been established as required under the Uganda Communication Commissions Act. The minister responsible for internal affairs should brief the House on the measures taken to apprehend perpetrators of violence meted out on journalists during the recent concluded general elections. In the area of cultural institutions, the Prime Minister should present to Parliament a comprehensive inventory of the confiscated properties owed to cultural institutions and which are due for institutions for restitution and compensation, accompanied by budgetary implication of restitution or compensation, as well as payment schedule of the same. Lastly, in the area of religious institutions, there is a need to streamline Education Service Commission to work on the recommendations and technical guidance of religious institutions as far as the transfer of teachers and head teachers is concerned in institutions founded by the religious bodies. Finally, there is a need to develop development of a donation policy that elaborates the criteria of who deserves a donation, the purpose, form, and value of the donation. This would ensure certainty and consistency in handling of government donations. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, for the statement. We had hoped that was going to take shorter so that we could have a debate. But under Rule 53, it has its own time frame for debate, and the rules say it should be an hour. It is now 6 o'clock. And usually by this time, the debates are a bit difficult, especially when matters are fresh. Honorable members, because of some occurrences and development, will not be able to sit tomorrow. So this House stands adjourned to Tuesday next week at 2 o'clock.